Second Victory Day parade that Vladimir Putin has held since he sent troops into Ukraine.
I'm Kat Suave.
This is day 4 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 4 is indeed. We got there, got past Wednesday into Thursday.
Yeah, over the hump day, and the good thing is that it's been fairly dry this week. I'm really impressed.
Been better than what I was expecting.
So, me too.
My goodness, started at the end of last week, I thought this isn't going to be a good week.
Yeah, I thought I'd have to have the waterproofs on constantly. I even put it on my Facebook about the potential weather going downhill, but no, we're here on Thursday the 4th of May and it's looking high clouds, very bright, fairly warm, a bit of a breeze coming through the West End car park or Parc, Ferme and Paddock this morning, but apart from that, super day.
I've gone down to short sleeves, but I think the jacket's going to have to go back on. It's too hot for a jacket, but not warm enough to take it off.
Yeah, it's amazing how all these layers sort of begin to warm you up slightly. So yeah, but it's a good day today for spectators. Changed from the previous, what would we call the Moidet run, I think, I suppose, or road run day, and it's a little bit abbreviated because they're not going right round to the old favourites, Rubaroo, etc. They're cutting up at Struntian to go up to Corriedu and Bellsgrove today. I think you could, there are sections up there you can see, but it goes into, if I remember rightly, a deep valley, and the only way through is to ride through the sections and get out of there. So I don't know how easy it is to go and spectate there, because there are very, very narrow roads out by the Struntian area. And of course, we've no Corran ferry to transport us back across the Narrows there at this point. So it's, if you're going round, you have to go round the I think it's the 961, or is it the 861? I think it could be.
You're talking about the one at the back here?
Yeah, the back road. There's one that's right opposite the Parc Ferme. And of course, you've got to be careful out there because there's a lot of logging trailers. Oh, there goes a Ford. Clock just fell off there. There's a bit of a breeze getting up here. It's quite strong.
It's a bit of a breeze.
So you're going round what we call the head of the loch, which takes you out at beyond Annet. So that'll be the way back home for a lot of people. So be very careful because there's a lot of heavy goods vehicle use that road, and it's of course single track with passing places. And you can't, from memory, you can't go up the road that goes in and out of Loch Shiel because that's restricted. I think that belongs to the Conaglen estate, and they've always said that no vehicles other than official vehicles should go down the Conaglen road. So there we have it.
You keep talking.
I'll keep talking. You keep rescuing stuff. It's not just a breeze now, it's turned into a major hurricane, actually. We've lost the clock twice.
Different one.
Just a squall coming through. It's not raining or anything, but by heavens, it's windy.
It certainly is, right. Well, there you go. We haven't introduced ourselves. It is News Radio you listen to. I'm John Weller, picking up other people's rubbish. John Moffat next to me. Even the bin's gone for it. What is going on?
Well, I said it was nice and calm, and
you spoke too
I
soon.
opened my mouth too wide, and the next thing, gust of wind picks up, and that's it. It just came through the paddock all of a sudden. You can see all these flags waving about furiously now. But yeah, and all the awnings they're going in and out. It's quite spectacular.
Right, I'm going to work on that. And in the mobile technical trailer, we've got a new face today. Well, he's not a face, 'cause you can't see him. Chris Millard, one of our presenters.
Okay.
Been with us quite a few years now.
Is he on in the evening?
No.
No.
Sunday afternoon.
Oh, Sunday afternoon, right.
Sunday afternoon. And he's getting a baptism of fire, I think is the best way of putting it.
Yeah.
But it's good to have him with us. Because, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes people can turn up, sometimes they can't.
Yeah, just all what's available. So, yeah, so far, very good. Speaking to one or two of the riders, they think it's a good bit tougher trial this year. Not necessarily the sections, but the going, the in-between stuff, the rough. Seems to be a bit more challenging, and they're finding it, quite tiring.
Yeah.
So the changes of routes like this sometimes happens when a new route's put in. It can be quite energy sapping to ride so many miles off road. Yesterday, the third group at Lower Mamore was scrubbed because a spectator had fallen and hurt himself quite badly. As it turns out, it's a well-known figure in United Kingdom trials. So we'd like to just put out our best wishes to Alan Wright from the Midlands, a well-known Scottish 6 days competitor. He actually rode for Texaco Heron Team Suzuki at one point back in the 70s, the mid-70s. So our best wishes to Alan Wright, who had a nasty fall and had to be taken to Belford Hospital. So that's what happened yesterday. There was a lot of talk around about it, but as it turns out, it established that the gentleman involved was Alan Wright. So our best wishes go to Alan.
It is a dangerous sport. Never ended pipes and rocks and everything else involved. It's one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, it was just, unfortunately, Alan has some health issues now. As you get older, you sometimes have that, and he apparently fell and bumped his head, a nasty one that. So, as I say, they had to close the section off because paramedics were in attendance. So, as I say, he's well known. He used to do a bit of trading here in the car park in the Parc Ferme paddock area. Some years ago, he used to sell a lot of riding gear, boots and helmets and T-shirts and all sorts of things. So he's well known. So I don't need to introduce him really as such. So all our best to Alan.
And a very good morning to Simon back at the studio. I haven't said that yet.
That's right. Morning. Well, you know what's going on.
I know you're trying to sort stuff out there. We had a bit of a catastrophe here, but we saved everything, I think.
I don't think we're on catastrophe. I think we're just on day 4 of the spinning plates.
What should I say? The monitoring system and all the clocks decided to go for walkies.
Okay.
But everything's saved. But we just need to sort a few things out. So I think the best thing we do is play a tune, come back, we'll let people know how to get in contact with us, and maybe do the weather.
Okay, well, I've got tune and weather, so should we go with that?
Perfect.
Right.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
for the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
By Thistle Access.
It's going to be a dry day, apparently, with good, bright and sunny spells appearing. The best of these are going to be in the west. Afternoon highs are going to be respectable at 16 degrees centigrade, 61 Fahrenheit. To most of us, tonight staying dry with good late sunshine, then clear spells, but always cloudy across the far northeast. I don't know why, always. Southeast winds with a minimum overnight low, 3 degrees centigrade. That's quite chilly at 37 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio. Brought to you by Thistle Access.
There you go. Now we've got to get windbreak up, I reckon.
Well, it's calmed down again. That was quite a stirring up there. I don't know what caused it, but it was a bit of wind.
There's the wind
right through the car park, right through the paddock, through the Parc Ferme, and started blowing things about. But it's all calm again.
Oh, we've got our names out there. Look, let's see.
Oh, there we are. We're on stream.
Yeah, we've moved stuff around. Actually, I think it's almost a bit easier.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because it was higher up before, and it was at risk of getting broken.
I was watching a bit of the old video back yesterday. To look at it, I don't need to do it. I just.
Oh, it's just natural stuff. Yeah.
Natural stuff.
We're trying to get an interview this morning set up with former British Trials champion and Scottish 6 Days winner James Dable today. We had Bernie Schreiber on yesterday. Who else did we have? We had somebody else on yesterday, didn't we?
Well, David came in for a chat.
Well, David didn't come in.
Secretary of the course who had to run away.
Had to run away to do some tasks. So, so today... Oh, you also had John Hume yesterday.
John Hume, he was in, wasn't he?
It's amazing how a week goes by.
You forget about it, don't you? It just merges.
Well, the thing is, I came out and I said, oh, by the way, I've got half a dozen eggs here. And everybody said, where do you get them? I said, I can't remember. And somebody gave me half a dozen eggs. I did thank them at the time.
Who? Where were you?
I can't remember where I got them. I put them in the van and in a bag so that they wouldn't get broken. And I took them out and I said, oh, by the way, there's a half a dozen eggs there. Who gave you that? No idea. What do you mean, no idea? I just can't remember who gave me them. So if you did give me the half a dozen eggs... This
is what you do with Gene when you get home and you've got a new bike in the back of the van. I don't. It just appeared. Well, I don't know who gave it to me.
Absolutely, yes. You don't say too much about
John, you got a new bike? Yeah, no. It just appeared. It's in the back of the van.
It's all right. I'm on medication now. I'm not buying anymore. I've got all I need. I've got a couple. Let's just say I've got a couple.
Do you register to Trials Bikes Anonymous?
No.
I'm John.
But I've got all my bikes registered, if that's what you mean. They're all registered and taxed nowadays because a lot of them are over 40 years old. So obviously you get them tax-free. And MOTs, you don't have to do MOTs. But some insurance companies do insist that you MOT them. So obviously, we're just talking about the 6 days trial. The bikes that are on the road have obviously got registration numbers and they have to pay road tax, etc. But many of them are under 3 years old anyway, so they've not come up for the MOT as yet. One of the filling stations run out of E5 petrol last night. I went specially to get it and had to put that rubbishy E10 in. Oh, I hate that stuff.
I know you do.
Oh, with a vengeance.
Calm down.
I won't even put it in my lawnmower.
Calm down. It's all right. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. You want to get in contact with us, there's many ways, isn't there?
Yeah. There is indeed. So we have the studio phone number and the WhatsApp number exactly the same. 01397 706 100. Stick it in your phone, save it there. You can WhatsApp it. You can also voice note us, by the way, if you want to get your own voice on the radio. You can just send us
that. No, I don't want my voice on the radio.
No, neither do I. But you can send us a voice note, obviously providing it's all above board. We can put you on the radio just like that. You can also email us at the studio at nevisradio.co.uk or get us on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official. And of course, as always, we do have our live chat box on our YouTube page at youtube.com/Nevis Radio Official, where you can see exactly what's happening down at Parc Ferme as we're talking.
Wherever you are around the world, a very warm welcome to you.
What happened to the writing? It didn't come on.
It's training. But yeah, it'll be there. Don't worry, we'll get there.
I was going to point to it like that.
No, so I'll be messaging and typing right now and saying it's like that button there.
All right.
Trust me, when you've not done that before in there, trust me, there's lots of things to try
There's a lot of buttons and things to watch.
I bet, yeah.
But yeah, we're here.
Actually, on the subject of that, John will know because I was down
saw it this morning.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've done a bit of a behind the scenes video, which I've uploaded to our YouTube channel, so you can check it out on there, and I've shared it on our social media. So if you want to see exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about all this stuff, I've done like a wee 5-minute behind the scenes. This is what's involved, so you can see what is involved, rather than just thinking I sit here pressing a button to play a piece of music and you used to sit there and do some talking.
I did actually see it, but I didn't play it last night.
Play it.
I just looked at the picture.
It shows from the studio to here to how it gets out to the radios, basically.
I now know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did see it last night, but I didn't.
Well, see, I had a bit of a frantic one last night because you'll also notice on our Mixcloud page, mixcloud.com/Nevis Radio Official, you can listen back to the previous 3 days. I've uploaded all the audio from that.
Yeah,
You did that, didn't you?
Yeah, I actually shared that last night. I also shared the YouTube links or whatever you call them. Yeah, they were YouTube, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yep.
For the visuals. But the actual recording of the daily broadcast, I shared that on my Facebook. I forgot to share it on my Trials Guru Facebook. That was the only thing, so I'll do that later today.
And talking of Trials Guru, our sponsors for this week.
Thistle Access for the Nerve Centre down at the West End.
And Power.
And Power. The Fort William Hire Centre.
Yep.
For the tower thing.
Telescopic mast, yep.
Gavin Cairns rough casting for the cups of coffee and bits and pieces and the awning and all sorts of other little things that he's contributed to, which is good. Thanks very much,
And the bacon
Gavin.
rolls.
Bacon rolls. And he's actually riding this week as well.
Yes.
Trial Magazine, main sponsor, and Michelin Tyres. So I think that's them.
And anybody else who's helped behind the scenes.
Com West.
Com West. Don't forget Com West. And also Gallery in the Fort, going to thank them. They got merchandise for us. Some of it's on the table right now. If you fancy a nice mug, coaster, key ring or a tote bag, it is really, really nice. You can't really get the quality of how nice this printing is. And I say the coasters, they're like a melamine, that's the best way of putting it, I'd guess.
Melamine, that's right.
But, yeah, they're really, really nice. So thank you very much to them. It's the only place you can get them is Gallery in the Fort in Fort William. Look at this, there's a lady walking in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
John, you mentioned there Gavin Cairns was riding. Do you know his number? Do you think there's a feasibility of getting him on for a quick hello?
Just hear this early.
Probably, yeah.
during the
I
week
don't know
before.
what number is actually straight off the top of my head. I'd need to look it up to be
That's
quite
all right. I'll
honest.
leave that on my ear. If you can get him on for a quick hello, that'd be
I know
awesome.
he's riding a Vertigo, and he's a member of. Well, he actually lives up in Inverness now, but he's a native, let's say, of Fort William, as is his wife. And I didn't actually realise his wife used to work for Mr. Sedgwick. Would you believe? And they were chatting at Trottersburn, which was the first time that Mr. Sedgwick had actually been to Trottersburn, and he enjoyed it immensely because there's lots of people come up to him and said hello, and yeah, he was a happy chap.
I think, to be fair, I'm sure he'll confirm every time he leaves the house, lots of people come up to him to say hello.
Oh, I would imagine so, yeah. Yeah.
There you go. Mr. Moffat, have you got a tune? Then we'll come back and maybe have a look at today's route.
Oh, a tune. What we could have? I wonder.
Oh, you know this is coming up. Why do you pretend you don't know what's happening?
I wonder. What are the Wanderer?
Lone Star.
Lone Star, yeah.
Amazed. Not bothered whether it's the country version or the remix version. Either
Right.
will do. For all those romantics out there.
Just like that. Right. Well,
Do you want a little dance? We put the blue light and the mirror ball up in the gazebo and have a little dance?
I'd better not.
Oh, okay.
In case I fall over and hurt myself.
again, it's not that kind of show.
It will be by Saturday, trust me.
Right. Okay. So Lone Star Amazed. We'll do a few ads, and we'll be back with you live from Parc Ferme shortly.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things to do, be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things to do, be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
The Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 4, Thursday, the 4th of May. May the 4th be with you. Star Wars Day, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Forgotten about that.
See, my son will be celebrating. He's into that sort of stuff.
Oh, right. So he's not a Trekkie.
No, he's not a
that's
Trekkie,
someone
no,
else,
no.
and it's Star Trek. No, whatever.
He's not a Wookiee either.
No.
No.
Aye.
Do you think there's a bit of a trials connection there, John? Because I mean, like when you're jumping over rocks, have you got to use the forks?
Oh yes, you must. Absolutely.
You are my father.
Lightsaber. Here we go.
That's from the Guru.
Oh right.
See, we're going to do a little competition today. I think we've got a Nevis Radio umbrella to give away and some Pico merchandise, some pens and
We do.
Key rings and stickers,
do.
etc. So we're going to sort of do a little bundle today, aren't we?
And we've just had the advert
Yes.
for the Pico Factory Racing. So the Nevis Radio umbrella. Will I read out
You can read it.
The
You can
thing.
read my writing, but you could come up with the question anyway. So
the question? How many riders started the 2023 SSDT? Now that's not just those that started. Some might have fallen out, but what was actually listed as the complete entry list, the number in the 2023 SSDT? There's a multiple choice, so we'll make it easy for you. Was it A, 250, B, 288, or C, 300?
Ooh.
You've got A,
250,
B, and C.
288 or 300, and we'll try and get a brolly out. We've got a couple in the trailer. We'll get one of those out and put a little goodie bag together.
Excellent.
And we'll be running it right through till about 10:30 this morning.
That'll
Time
do.
now is just coming up, 7:29, just a few seconds away from that. It is great to be with you. Do be interactive with us. Get in contact with us at the studio. We'd love to hear what you're thinking, who you want to try and get us to talk to if we can, and we'll sort of, get you involved.
And we found out that Gavin Cairns of Gavin Cairns Roughcasting is riding number 44 on a Vertigo this year in the 2023 Scottish 6 Days Trial. So there we are. Are we moving up to the news now? Or are we doing
No, we're going to do the route. The news is next hour.
Oh yes, of course.
You're an hour
I'm
behind.
an hour out.
You're
hour
into
behind.
winter time again.
Winter time,
Yeah.
yeah. So Thursday, the 4th of May, 2023, at the Scottish 6 Days Trial here in Lochaber on Nevis Radio, covered by Nevis Radio. The first group of sections, there's 2 sections at Annett, which is on the Parc Road out of Fort William. The first rider arrives there at 7:45 this morning. Second group, an old favourite. There's 4 sections, or 4 subs as they call them, up at Doyer Dam. The first rider's there at 8:30. It's not very easy to get up to Doyer Dam. It's quite a walk up the hill. You've got to cross the railway as well at some point. And the next group, C, which is accessible, is called the Mood. It's on the opposite side of the road from Doyer Dam, and the first rider gets there at 9 a.m. Getting a bit of wind going again here in the car park. Group D is 4 sections at a very old favourite, Piper's Burn. Halfway up the hill at Piper's Burn is the old Drove Road that takes you onto the Coffin Road round by Lochailart. But Piper's Burn, old favourite, you'll be able to see the devastation caused on the hillside by a wildfire some weeks ago, because that trailed right across to the old Devil's Staircase, so you'll be able to see where the burn had taken place and covered the whole hillside. So Piper's Burn, first rider, 9:30. We've then got 3 at Rochefin. First rider's there at 10 o'clock. It doesn't have a grid reference beside it, but there used to be a section right beside the road at Rochefin, but maybe the clerk, of course, David Dignan, has put in something different. And then down to Group F, a single sub at Glenwig. It's been in the trial for many, many years. I remember riding it in 1977, so that dates it a bit, but it was on the go before then as well. First rider there at 10:25. Did you know that the road that takes you round by Glenwig only opened in 1966, would you believe? Then it's going on to, the trial moves on to WDs. There's 2 sections there at WDs. There's a map reference beside it. Normally WDs was right at the side of the road. I wouldn't like to say it's still there, but I would imagine so, because it was named after the late Willie Dalling, who was clerk of the course for quite a few years at the Scottish 6 Days. And they used to call him Mr. Scottish. 10:45, the first rider appears there. Then it's on to Struntian and the 3 sub Group H at Corrie or Black Corrie, that means, I believe, and the first rider's there at 12 noon. Then up to the 4 sections at Bellsgrove, first rider's there at 12:30. And then over to a 5-section group at Loch Shiel. Now, from memory, Corrie and Bellsgrove, I don't think they were very accessible, and certainly Loch Shiel was one of these areas up the side of the loch on the Conaglen estate, where the owners had said that they didn't want any spectators or service vehicles following around there. So the situation we have this year, which is different to previous years, is that the Corran ferry is at the moment disabled. There are no ferries there at Corran at the moment, and therefore you have a bit of a long trek from Struntian back round to the Fort William using the A861, which is a single track road with passing places. Now, remember, this is Thursday, it's middle of the week. There'll be logging trailers moving up and down that road, and I can assure you, when you meet a heavy goods vehicle, it's not the easiest thing to navigate round about. You also have Bowman's Adewski move a lot of transport up and down the road from time to time, and of course you've got the local residents who have a right to move about there as well. So just be careful, don't go too fast, just keep it steady. No excitement, please, because it is a very tricky road to negotiate. It is very narrow in places, and obviously it's passing places only. So just be careful out there, stay safe, and enjoy the day, which I hope will keep like, well, we've had the weather report earlier there, it's going to be dry all day by the looks of things. So a nice day for spectating. No heroics, please, and if you're out on road bikes, just be careful as well, because don't go too quick, because there's a lot of traffic out there. There's a lot of logging trailers because they're behind with the felling in the woods at the moment, and they're trying to make up time. So there's a lot of transport on that particular road.
Absolutely. We're getting pictures of Parc Ferme. We started off at rider 145 this morning, left at 7:30. You're drinking tea now, aren't you?
I just thought you were going to continue speaking there, so...
Yeah, so we started off at 145. And as I say, we always say this is good to go first, or do you like sort of mid-mornings a better time for people to start leaving?
Well, obviously, if they leave as the first rider, the burns are quite slippery, so nobody likes to go first. And, you know, you're on limited time during a day at the Scottish 6 Days trial, so you've got to keep pushing on. And I think that's the mistake a lot of people made on Tuesday, because Tuesday's always... you know, historically tight on time, but it was a new route, and I think one or two made the mistake of sort of hanging around a little bit, so they keep pressing on. But the clubmen have all sort of reported that it is quite hard going across the moors. It's quite long and energy sapping, so that's how it's transposing this year. But no, certainly nobody likes to go first, and that's why they rotate about 50 riders at a time. They move them forward so everybody gets a fair crack of the whip, so that they've got late days, they've got middle days, and they've got early days. And it's the same with rider number 1 on the Monday. He's first away, and then it was rider 46, Graham Tales, and then so on and so forth. So nobody likes to go first.
A lot of fettling going on. Halfway through the week now, is it just really just making sure the bike's safe and maybe changes when they do that this time of year?
Yeah, normally you see some new tyres going on. I mean, there's a rider in front of us at the moment who's just fitting the rear wheel of a Vertigo Nitro, and that's a brand new tyre going on there. I can't see his number for where I'm sitting, but it must be
165, I believe.
165. So he's changed his rear wheel, put on a different wheel. Oh, it's David Eads from Inverness and District. He's just put on a new tyre this morning, so it just gives it a little bit more grip. He's just lubricating the chain at the moment. If you're looking at that, I can see that on the monitor as well. Just a little bit of maintenance in the morning. It's probably, if he had time last night, he would probably go into the vertical camp and get some things done there too. So it just depends what time you've got. If you're in tight on time, coming in at the end of the day, you put your bike straight in. So you've got the, I think it's 15 minutes allowance in the morning to do some repairs and fettling. So he's just making sure that the bike's clean and tidy and ready for today's run.
John, a bit of a question. You mentioned there about heading on to some of the sort of factory areas that are down there at Parc Ferme. For the everyday person, you know, the privateers opposed to like the factory riders, if they go in there for assistance, have they got to pay for that, or like as if you go to a garage, or is that something that they provide as support?
Well, most of the importers, the ones that are here, all provide some form of servicing, and what you do is you register with that importer. So if you've got a Vertigo, you register it with Vertigo UK, which is Dougie Lampkin. If you're with Beta, you register with John Lampkin's organisation. Steve Saunders does the TRRS. I think there's some factory people over for Sherco this year. And you've got, of course, Mickey Oates Motorcycles of Glasgow help out with the Monteza Honda team truck. So what you do is register your number and your bike with them, and what they do is if you maybe need a kickstart or something like that, they will book it out to you, and what you do is you settle up. They normally take your credit card details so that they can invoice you, and you pay what materials you've actually used during the week to the importer. So it's not completely free, because obviously these parts are quite expensive now.
Yeah, I would imagine parts would be covered. But I was just curious about the labour side of it as well.
No, I mean, the situation with labour is that the rider does the work on the bike. There are mechanics on standby there who might go and, you know, if you give them a part, if you take the part off the bike, they take it away and fettle it, and you put on a different part, or even wait until the mechanics sorted the component, then they would put it down at your bike and then you put it back on. So that's acceptable, but it's when you start having other people working on your bike, you know, taking things on, off, you know, changing wheels, and that should all be done by the rider. Otherwise it's deemed as outside assistance.
That's cool.
You don't want that, do you?
No, not really, no.
Get into trouble. And on the green aspect, how much of this is recyclable now? Like the chains, the tyres, everything which comes off.
Very much so. I mean,
it must have come on quite in leaps and bounds the last sort of 5-10 years.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, back in the day when I was a young man, nothing was recycled except if you remade parts yourself or whatever, or repaired stuff. Like casings, for example. I mean, if you've got a casing that's badly damaged, that can be taken off a bike and put away for recycling, because of the materials can be, you know, melted down and used for other things, depending on the material, of course, because you get some quite exotic materials used on trials bikes like titanium and things like that. But the aluminium alloy, I mean, if you were to damage a rim, then obviously that could go to the scrap metal dealers and be recycled themselves. And I think the Japanese rims, I think the talk was that a lot of the Japanese rims had a high degree of scrap aluminium in them, whereas the European factories used pure new aluminium, such as what is produced here in Fort William, and before then in Kinlochleven. So a lot of it's done like that. The biggest issue nowadays, we should have maybe asked this from our Michelin colleagues, is tyres recycling. Because a lot of the local recycling plants don't take tyres anymore. So what I do is I take any of our tyres during the year down to a local tyre fitting company in Inverness, and I give them a small fee, and they put it with their car tyres, because they have to pay for the recycling of car tyres. You can't just throw them in the dump now. They used to have a skip at Inverness that used to put all the tyres in, but they've stopped that now. They don't take any tyres at all. The downside of that is when recycling plants stop taking particular items, that's when you find them scattered all over the countryside, which is unacceptable. Because people don't want to pay for it, but that's just the way things are going now. It's sustainability is the watchword now.
That carbon footprint.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
the impact it has really, and how much it can be reused. I know tyres and rubber that used to be used like in horse rings and stuff.
Yeah, kiddies' playgrounds used to have it as well.
But obviously it's quite expensive to get to that sort of quality to put it down.
Well, the thing about a tyre is that there's a lot of steel in it as well. The banding round about it, that's all got to be taken out, and it's quite a process. But that's what I do. I just take it to the local tyre dealers that we get tyres fitted with, and it's a local firm. It's not a national company, so I take the tyres down there, and they're quite happy to take a small fee off it. It's not very much money, and then just hand in a couple of rear tyres if they're completely used out, and that's what we do.
We had some sad news this morning. There's no lunchbox.
No.
What?
There's no lunchbox today.
What are you having for lunch, John?
No, I forgot to take my haversack out the van, and it's at another location at the moment, so I'll just
you
have
left one lunchbox at home, you left the other one in the van.
I might
You're
have
just careless.
I might have a slim day, yeah.
A slim day. We were talking about Lauren Hardy yesterday. Tony Gibson's written in the Stands Museum is at Ulverston. We weren't quite sure, were we?
That's right. In fact, Mike Myers told me that last night when I came in. He said it's Ulverston where the museum is. So I knew it was in Cumbria.
Yes,
and I'd been to it,
yep.
and it was quite a nice thing. I think it's still open, and from what Mike was saying. So if you're ever down there, take a trip in there. There used to be a toy museum there as well. It was very good. It was a bit archaic, the sort of setup, but it was quite an interesting
I like those
place.
type of museums.
Yeah, they're very good. They're very interesting.
The memories they bring back.
The things that they've got there that
Wish I still kept that.
Well, you forget about them. Things that when I was a child, that was more than 60 years ago now, and you tend to forget about things. Whenever you see them, you go, "Oh, I had one of them," or a friend had one of them.
I had a battery-operated robot once for Christmas, and it's worth a lot of money now.
Yeah, the ones with a sort of machine gun on the front of their chests. Yeah, I had one of them too. They sort of rattled about the place. But actually, the toys that used to be really amazing. I've got a friend, I've been friendly with him for over 60 years now. We went to school on the very first day together. Robert McCluckey was a technical teacher at Armadale Academy. And his father was great at making things. He was a proper train driver. He drove steam trains and then went on to diesels. He didn't like the diesels. But anyway, Alec was very good with his hands, and he made a Fireball XL5.
Oh, now you're talking.
Out of a broom handle. And it looked so realistic. He even painted it in a matte grey paint and white and lettered it up, and it looked as though it had just flown right off the set of Jerry Anderson's puppetry TV programme Fireball XL5. That was an amazing toy, that. I wish I had one of them. And you know what? He's still got it. Oh, it's all gone quiet now. They're doing a bit of technical moving around here just now with microphones and stuff.
No, we're just talking because, Chris is in the van. He really has been thrown at the deep end. A very good morning, Chris.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. You normally do a show on a Sunday. We're talking about that very early on.
Yeah, this is a bit different.
Came down to do a bit of camera operating.
Sorry?
You came down to do a bit of camera operating.
Yes.
You walked right in front of my shot, darling. You just blocked me out.
Yeah, because I can't go the...
No, well, you can't go the pretty way round, can you?
No, because everything had to be pulled together because of the wind we had earlier.
And all these images are being mixed in the Thistle Access technical trailer. And you're pushing all the buttons today.
I am indeed. It's a bit of a learning curve, but we'll get there.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much.
Looks fine, Chris. Just keep on going.
Yeah, and I've just heard we've got David coming down as well. He's been down a couple of days, so he's coming back down about 8:30 this morning. Which will be very good to have somebody just do a bit of camera operating, because I can't multitask. Mrs. W's always giving me grief for it. I do my best.
Gentlemen are not so good at multitasking, I believe. But
I said I'd rather do one job properly, than doing lots of little jobs
half a dozen rubbish. Aye.
Then she said, "You're having a go at me," and I said, "Not at all, dear. I wouldn't do that."
No.
Chris, I said, would you like to have a tune played?
Yes. Do you know what? I'd like to hear Animal by Def Leppard, if that's okay.
It's not up to me.
Great choice, that. Have you heard the Royal Philharmonic version of that?
I have. If I'm honest, it's not my cup of tea.
He wouldn't like that.
No, but it's
He's
different.
a purist, isn't you, Chris?
I'm just a purist. I like the original.
Yeah, well, so do I, but I quite like that. It was a bit different.
Yeah.
It is very different for sure.
I am curious how they got hearing aids in a leopard, but anyway.
Oh, my goodness.
Right, I found that. I can sort it out. Are we playing that now, are we?
Yeah, I reckon so. Then come back to us after some messages and we'll have a look at the results.
Sounds like a plan.
And enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
This is day 4 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 4 and that wind's still blowing through, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's a
got
wee
up
bit of
again.
a squall comes backwards and forwards, but it's a lovely day. The clouds are high, which is a good sign.
Sun's coming out.
Yeah.
Clouds are high
yeah.
up in the sky.
It's looking quite nice just now.
I've
so
got a feeling it's going to be a wonderful day.
wonderful day. Anyway, we'll
Available
do
for
the
birthday
results
parties,
of
weddings.
day. What was it? Day 3. Day
Yesterday's,
3
yeah.
yesterday of the 2023 Scottish 6 days trial. Scottish riders. I'm just trying to see. Oh, I've got the wrong page, haven't I? Well, there's a start. I was away far down at number 43 there, and I thought that's no good. Where are we? Provisional results Wednesday Scottish. Who have we got? Yeah, in the lead at the moment on 11 marks is Jamie Galloway on the TRRS, followed by Joe Dawson from Dunfermline on 20 marks, and then Duncan McCall from Glasgow on 26. Then we have in 4th position Andrew Anderson on 37, a former Scottish Trials champion. Malcolm Summers from Fife on 50. Callum Murphy from Ballachulish on 63. Lewis Byron in 7th position on 81. Stuart Mack in 8th position on 83. Matthew Weir in 9th position, 90. Robbie Weir, no relation. He's in 10th position on 92. Local riders, let me see now, who's local out of that lot? Kevin Dignan, brother of the current clerk of the course. He's in 15th position on, I think it's 126, but looks like, yeah. Who else we got? Vince McIntosh, former Army personnel there in 19th position, but he started off as a trials rider here in Lochaber on 154. Tyler Murphy's in 20th position on 159. Alan Ian McMaster from Banavie, he's on 22nd position on 160. Andy MacDonald, I think that is, rider 168, is in 23rd position on 164. Who else have we got? Fergus Lamb in 27th position on 171, I think that is. So those are a few of the local riders. Getting back to the main part of the trial up front, Dougie Lampkin still in the lead on 2 marks lost, rider 110. So he'll be carrying the yellow yellow plate, not number 1 plate, 110 plate there. Jack Peace still in 2nd position on 3 marks lost, and Billy Green on the Scorpa in 3rd position on 4, followed by Dan Peace in 4th position on 6, Michael Brown in 5th position also on 6, Thomas Minter in 6th position on 9, Jack Challoner having quite a good week this week in 7th position on 10. Looks like Harry Hemingway on 8th position on 11 marks lost. He's doing the world rounds now, and as we said, top Scot at the moment, Jamie Galloway, no surprises there, on 11 marks lost in 9th position. Franz Cadillac, rider 114 in 10th on 11 marks lost. Where are we? Emma Bristow leading the females on position 37, rider number 94 on 38. And the leader's son, Alfie Lampkin, this is his first Scottish 6 days trial. He's in 42nd position on 42, would you believe, rider number 111.
I'd say that's pretty good if this is his first 6 days.
Yeah, well, he was the best newcomer at last year's Scott trial. So he did very well there. It's a different event. It's time and observation. The Scott trial is a little bit different from the Scottish. It's 1 day, obviously, but it's you lose marks on time going by the fastest man. So the fastest man sets standard time, and all other riders that come behind him, finishing on, so maybe even a second behind him. Is lost a second in marks. So yeah, it's a different type of trial, but it still has sections. But the thing about the Scott trial is you don't get a whole lot of riders stopping and having a look at the section. They literally appear at the section, and sometimes you've got people standing at the begins cards shouting out which way to go, over that rock, turn, keep to the right, keep to the left, etc., etc. Give them a bit of instruction and off they go, because they've got no time to waste because of the time set up.
It's 3 minutes to 8 o'clock. We got any messages back there?
Yes. The guys at Trial Sport from Australia have messaged saying thanks for keeping everyone informed. They're enjoying the footage on YouTube. We've got a few people entering today's competition, which is good. And apparently it's 5 p.m. In Australia as well. A
very good morning to you out there, or good day as they say. How many riders started the 2023 Scottish 6 Days trial on Monday? How many riders in total started the 2023 Scottish 6 Days trial on Monday? Is it 250? Is it 288, or is it 300? A, B or C? Just let Simon know back at the studio, and you can get in contact with us many ways.
Yeah, with 01397 706 100 being the phone number. You can also WhatsApp us on the same number. That again is 01397 706 100. You can email us at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or you can get direct on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official. You can send us a direct message there. And again, we've got our chat box on YouTube as well. So there's plenty of ways to get in touch with us today. And again, with WhatsApp, you can send us a voice note if you want. We can also play that out, providing you behave yourself.
Yeah, it will be monitored, so don't try and be clever.
No, indeed.
We do get them. We do get them sometimes. It used to be on the old text line, didn't it?
Yep. Good old Teresa Green.
Teresa Green, that's a good one.
Right.
See, John's just putting faces now. There's worse ones.
Oh, there is, yeah, but that I think that was the only one that kind of caught me out, to be fair.
And you feel such a fool when he's just falling on him now. There's lots of ones like that. They get a lot of mics.
Yeah, we don't want mics.
We don't want any of them, do we?
No.
But,
if your name's Mike, fair play to you.
Yeah. First names only.
Indeed. Right, my phone's going. Do you figure out what you're doing?
Yeah, John's trying to work out other things, exactly. We've got a minute out to the news. When we come back, we'll try and catch up with somebody maybe out there. I know you've been sort of doing a bit of mingling. You're off.
Sorry, I've put my microphone off there. Yeah, hopefully we'll try and get somebody to speak to just after the news at the top of the hour.
Because we're up to now about 185, 184 is just about to leave.
Yeah, 183's still here, riding for no awards. So yeah, just at the early 180s at the moment.
There. 189, you spoke to him the other day and you got us into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, well, actually...
You're very brave, apparently. We've got about 20 seconds.
We might actually get a chat with his son, Charlie Cripps.
Is that safe?
Yeah, he's been media accredited.
Thank goodness for that. There's a lot of people on social media saying John Moffat was very brave. Or stupid, I don't know which. It is Nevis Radio. It's just coming up to 8 o'clock news. We'll be back straight after here with another full hour of Scottish 6 Days trial.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
This is day 4 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
It is Thursday indeed. It's currently, 13 degrees in Parc, Ferme, which had only a 54% humidity. It was up to about 80 or 90 yesterday, so that's not bad.
Sounds good to me. I'm going to nip across, actually, and have a word with somebody. You might be able to turn the camera around.
Once Chris takes me off this camera, I will go.
I'm hopefully still eligible. We've got a rider, I can't remember the number, it's Charlie Cripps. Morning, Charlie. How are you this morning?
Mighty fine. Just aching a bit.
Good. Now, we had your father on the other day. It might have been yesterday or the day before. He came across very well. Is this your first Scottish, Charlie?
Yeah, it is.
Tell me, are you enjoying it?
Yeah, up to now, yeah. Just them moors that just taking a bit of fun when you're aching and that.
Yeah. You ride one-day trials all the time, so you're on your bike every weekend, I take it?
Yeah, well, every Sunday we try to get out.
Yeah. So, is it tougher than you expected?
It's not as tough as I expected, but there's a lot of streams, like you said, because it's in the Scottish. But yeah.
And you're not as mad as your father was at the same age, I take it?
No, I'm not as mad yet.
Not yet.
I don't want to be as mad as he. He's a bit stupid, isn't he?
No, he's actually very entertaining. I've watched him for many, many years, and he is quite entertaining.
It's a bit dangerous.
Dangerous dad.
You can see just breaking everything in here.
Breaking everything, yeah, but you're looking after him.
A bit.
A bit, anyway. So anyway, we'll let you crack on with your maintenance. So thanks for chatting to us, Charlie.
See you in a bit.
There you go. That's Charlie Cripps, who's been media accredited now, you see.
Thank goodness
He never had a beeper out at all. But we got away with it with Andy Cripps, well-known character in trials.
Just got away with it.
Quite an interesting individual is our
That's
Andy.
what you need in these sports. I mean, people need to be interested, I think.
Absolutely. And here, just going past us now, is rider 185. You probably remember that rider there, Jamie Burrows, who's just getting ready to start. You'll see him on the camera now if you're watching in. Jamie was the rider that accompanied Ross Noble when he did his Ross Noble off-road series, and Jamie guided him round. They had a lot of camera equipment strapped to the handlebars of the bikes, and Jamie runs his own business body clinic for fitness, etc., and stamina and all these fancy stuffs. And he's still riding the Scottish 6 Days trial, which is good. And we're hoping to maybe get a word or two with his father, Dave, who was actually the star of the show, because he was the man in the van who went round supporting both Jamie and Ross Noble back in 2017, where we had the heat wave here in Fort William. Not a drop of rain fell. And Ross didn't exactly disgrace himself. He finished... here he comes.
Talking of which.
Here he comes, Mr. Burrows Senior. Good morning to you, Dave. Dave, we were just talking about Jamie and the time we were up in 2017. It was good fun, wasn't it?
Best. Really good. Really enjoyed it. It's great. We had good weather. Couldn't ask for more, really. Brilliant week. one of the best weeks of my life, I think, to be honest. It was stressful at times, but that's because of the challenge of the event. On the moor crossings and things, Ross did find it difficult at times, but he did keep going, and we got to the end, and that's what it was all about.
And you were the man in the van.
I was the man in the van. I had the easy job. All I had to do was look after them when they come off the moors and things, and keep them happy and keep them smiling.
And keep the ghosts in your van happy when strange noises appear.
Yeah, when Sean disappeared and he threw his hat at me from nowhere. It come from nowhere.
It was a laugh, actually. You actually made the series, the thing, so it was good. And what are you doing this week then, Dave?
I'm just looking after James. He's here on his own, but Ross would like to do this again, so there is the hope that we can get it all together, and he'll have another go at it.
And he won't be talking about cake.
No cakes this time. No.
Now, you remember which club down south?
Sidcup and District.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of famous riders that come from that area as well, hasn't there?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You're trying to think of them now, aren't you?
I know. Sam Connor's from down that way, but a little bit further up.
Used to be called something like the Sidcup 60 or something, was it?
Yeah, we still run that every year. Yeah, very popular event down there.
And you're friends with the Wicken family?
That's right, yeah.
Of course, Sid Wicken and Jack Wicken were both factory riders. Sid Wicken rode for Normans and Matchless, and Jack Wicken rode for Triumphs.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. And still keep in touch with Christine and Stephen, who's like, on the Facebook thing. We still keep in touch.
All the time.
All the time, and sending stuff of what Jamie's doing this week. Still very enthusiastic they are. Yeah.
So that's good news that Ross is still interested in maybe doing this again.
Yeah, that's definitely, because even this week I'll take footage on the GoPro and Jamie sends it to him, him to come back, because we want him to do it again, because it's just good fun.
Exactly, brilliant. So do you have to go now? Are you ready to go? So Dave, that's great to see you. So when will we see you later on?
Yep, okay, and I'll be back tomorrow morning because Jamie's got a late start tomorrow, so I can all have a chat then.
Brilliant, thanks Dave. That's Dave Burrows there, helps his son Jamie, member of the Sidcup 60 motorcycle club down south, far south of England, and as we were saying, he's friends with the Wicken family, and they were involved in the Scottish 6 Days as far back as 1952, something like that. Jack Wicken on the factory Triumph, and Sid Wicken, who is no longer with us, of course, Jack. He actually rode a Matchless for the factory, and it's the one that I have now that my father bought in 1957, and it was at the Scottish. I met Sid Wicken many years ago. We were talking about his times at Matchless, and I said, I've got a factory Matchless. Have you? What's the number? And I thought he meant the frame number.
Yeah.
And no, the registration number, and I told him, and he said, no, that was my bike.
Wow.
And the next year we met him here in this very car park. He spotted us coming, sent his wife back to the car, brought us a lovely picture, and he gave us a series of pictures of it, which then led into me looking into the history of that one motorcycle, and I've sort of put it all together. And I'm going to get it put into a nice book, have a couple of copies made of it just for posterity. So, he's from that area, and of course he was very entertaining here in 2017, and you got to interview Ross and everybody.
The whole thing was brilliant, just watching what they were doing, and even just trying to get the bikes or cameras every morning, because these team just came in,
That's right, they did.
It's probably the only time that, I suppose outsiders can get involved and putting bits and pieces on a bike.
Exactly. The organisers made certain allowances for that, and they just picked the best year of all. I mean, it was a year where there was absolutely no rain, and for taking footage for filming was absolutely spot on. It was brilliant, and it brought the Scottish out to the general public. It was on the Dave channel, and
still is now and again.
Still is, and they've repeated it a few times, and it was quite funny because at that time I did the awards ceremony as MC. Put the suit on the Saturday night, and they said to Ross, look, just go and get the microphone off John Moffat and say a few words and do a quick comedy sketch, just a short one. Well, it's the way he came up. He must have thought I wasn't going to give him the mic, so he just grabbed it out of my hand. Everybody said, that was a bit cheeky. I said, no, he didn't want any resistance. He didn't want me to talk. He wanted to get on with the job. And when he came off and finished his little gig, he just winked at me as if to say, thanks for that, and then off he went. So he didn't disgrace himself. I think he was like second or third last, but he did get round, and it was good to have it, and it did publicise a lot of things up here. It publicised the countryside of Lochaber very, very well.
I think the distances, and so I said this other day, the moors there to ride over, it's amazing. The
Places that
cover.
People in cars don't see, and only hill walkers maybe see it. And I'm saying maybe because it's the distance into the hills that they're going. It's only really on the motorcycle you actually get to see these fantastic places here in Lochaber.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, can we have a tune? We'll come back, do the weather, catch up with messages, and go from there.
We can. Just to recap, I've got a few more people entered today's competition, but I did have a local gentleman phone up suggesting instead of going via the road that's on the route to come back, it might be advisable already to go via a Carrickle and Glenouig if you're out there spectating, rather than using the single track road, because the road is in better condition and is not so busy. Apparently it's quite busy on the other side of the loch already.
Okay, very good.
Right,
we're going to play a bit of Lady Gaga, and we'll be back straight after this.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Brought to you by Thistle Access.
There you go. Lady Gaga, Bad Romance on your Nevis Radio, your community station right here in Fort William, and each and every morning this week we're down at Parc, Ferme, the West End car park. If you're wondering what that is, here in Fort William, and it's not a bad day at all.
And it's day 4 of the Scottish 6 Days Reliability Trial 2023.
Hang on.
You're meant to be doing weather.
Am I?
Did you miss that bit?
We haven't got the weather bed playing, have we?
Yes.
Is it?
It was.
Is it?
It was.
I never heard
we all missed it.
I never heard it.
That's
why he started talking.
That's why I thought I'd talk, because I was expecting
no
some
jingle.
adverts, to be honest, but, you know.
No, weather. You said do the tune, do the weather.
Did I?
You did.
I have to play that one back.
Right. Are you ready?
What are we doing now, then?
Weather.
Okay.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
It's quite nice, but a bit windy. Would that do? Dry day with good bright sunny spells appearing. The best of these are going to be in the west. Afternoon highs are going to be very respectable at 16 degrees centigrade, into the 60s at 61 in the old money. Tonight, mostly staying dry with good late sunshine, then clear spells. Always cloudy across the far northeast, and increasing chance of showers spreading south towards dawn. Southeast winds are going to be variable. A minimum overnight low dropping down to 3 degrees centigrade, 37 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
Can we just say we're even now for me getting the wrong day the other day?
No.
Ah, come on.
No, because neither of us recall actually saying we're going to do the weather straight after that song.
No. Well, we've done it now.
We've done it now. It doesn't matter.
We've done it now. And
we're still friends.
1-0.
We'll blame Chris.
Right, poor Chris.
Yeah, he had the wrong graphic up. We should have had something with weather on it. He's going to talk now.
Thank you for that.
See, we get feedback when you've got your headphones and that on in there.
Ah, is that what's causing it? And of course, we've got a new competition going. It's how many riders. It does say started the 2023 SSDT, but what we're going on is the programme, because we're being monitored as we speak.
Oh, there's always a critique, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a certain gentleman who's the retired clerk of the course, Mr. Jeff Horn.
So is that what we like about it now, then?
He's texted me to correct that a number didn't actually go out on Monday. But what we're basing it on is the programme. So what the options are is option A, is it 250? Is it option B, 288? Or is it option C, 300? So there we have it, and that's the competition for the Nevis Radio umbrella this morning,
and some
merchandise,
some
bits and
nice
bobs, some pens,
quality pen stickers,
being monitored there and shown off, and stickers and
I'd like to just add on to that. If anyone likes collecting stuff that there's not much of, we only ever had 10 umbrellas made.
Yeah.
So if we give you one, we've only got 9 that we use for other things.
Because I never got one.
No.
No, never got one.
Neither have I.
I might try and enter the comp. I'm not allowed to. I might be small print somewhere. And you need to be able to pick it up from the station or here. Is that fair enough to say?
Yeah, we tried posting one. That didn't end very well.
No, but or we can pass it on to somebody, or move it. We can get it onto Inverness area.
That's how
maybe.
we do it. Yeah,
but we can get stuff sorted out. But if you just want to enter anyway and just say you want to enter but don't want to receive it, we can do that as well.
Yeah.
Some people do that.
Like gift it to charity or something. Gift it back.
Like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate raffles. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. Happens all the time.
18.5 minutes past 8.
Oh yeah. Somebody phoned in to say to take an alternative route rather than the A861. I'm just trying to figure out where you would actually go. Did they say they go back by from Shantian to where? Simon's gone off now. I can't remember where it was. You see, the thing is, I would take the easy option, go straight out to Shantian, down Glentarbert, and then on to the A861 and up past Corn Ferry, past at the front of the station here, the outside broadcast, up the head of the loch. Now I know that's a very, very busy road, but that was to avoid going back upon traffic that's coming in from I've forgotten the name of the places now, Loch Eilert, etc. You can't go up Loch Shiel. That's not really accessible, so I'm not sure where you were actually talking about when you mentioned that earlier, going by I've forgotten the name of the places now.
Right, so basically, obviously, it's a big loop. You'll know that from going over there as well. But you can go up via Glenouig and Carrico, and that road is slightly better condition than the road that goes round the loch side. But yeah, just bear in mind, there is alternative routes, and it will be very busy over there. And as mentioned, there's not really much room.
Bringing you in by Kilmaloo by any chance?
Yeah, no.
No.
I don't believe so.
That's a difficult route because that's the one that's right on the edge of the loch that's got a little wall that stops you falling into the sea.
I had a gig down there earlier on last year, and that's the first time I've been down there, and I've not been down there since. But yes, I did find that was very, very narrow.
Over the Kingairloch estate. I think that's what it's called, Kingairloch.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, you go through Strontian to get back up that way.
Yeah. No, I'm confused actually because it's the place names that confuse me. I know the roads and I can just do it automatically and actually visualise just about every corner on them, but as far as place names concerned, I tend to get confused. So I thought the best way would have been just going around the head of the loch, but just taking it easy, but because there's not much alternative out in the Moidart Peninsula at all with roads.
Yesterday we were just finishing and Gary McDonald came and saw us, didn't he? So we were a bit confused because he dropped 18 points.
Yeah, we were at the time because we went and asked what an eve stood for, and it was pointed out at the bottom of the sheet. It did say rider riding for no award, but the E actually does stand for exclusion. So Gary McDonald was excluded from the trial. He, in my view, personal opinion, he wasn't cheating or anything. It's nothing sinister. It was a case of he managed to pick up a flag on the hillside, spotted it when he was looking ahead, as riders do, and shot up this hill wherever it was, and there was an extra section tucked in a gully, I think it was, and he missed it. And how he found out was he came across another rider, Lewis Byron, who was in front of him, but he'd got in front of Lewis, and he said, well, wait a minute, how come I'm in front of you now? I said, did you do the 3 sections on it or whatever it was? I can't remember the place. And he said, no, there's only 2. No, there's 3. So what Gary did was he doubled back and did the section, cleaned it. He had actually lost no marks in observation at all on the Tuesday as a result of his attempts. But what he did do was rode against the direction of the course, and that's covered in the regulations of the Scottish 6 Days Trial. What he could have done was taken a hit on the marks by having a missed section and been docked 50 marks for missing the section. But what he did was he decided to ride back. So he actually did a lot more mileage than everybody else. He had a big crash in the process on the moor, but he got back up again and rode the section and came back in line. He was 18 minutes late, which he must have been hiking on across the moors to keep it down. Most riders would have been hourred out, I reckon. But anyway, Gary managed to keep on time within the hour allowance. But unfortunately, because of modern technology, they can track you. And they obviously realised he was operating in the reverse order of the course. And that's a no-go area. So the organisers have excluded him from the trial. So he's not taking any more part in the event this week, which is a pity because he's a very, very good rider, and he's more involved with the cross-country cycling nowadays, but you know, he is the most successful rider in Scotland that's ever been, and he's come pretty close to winning this. He's had 2 second places and a couple of third places. You know, he's been on the podium quite a few times and just pipped at the post. Now, personally, it would be nice to see Gary win it from being a Scots perspective, but unfortunately this year it wasn't to be because he just missed a section. Of course, he'd been talking about that on the Monday, that it's all new routes. It's a new learning curve for him and for everybody else, and the general clubmen seem to be finding it quite tough this year because of the changes to the route and the going, and it's a lot more moorland now, so there we have it.
Which is good, I think. I know we said this, it keeps them interested in the sport as well, because it is a challenge for everybody.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, we did that last year, we did it a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, we do the same with our own club trials and also Highland Classic, which coming off next month, 2-day trial for classic machines. That's pre-65, twin shock, Brit shock. And we don't always use the same sections all the time, contrary to popular belief. We actually change it about. The route, obviously, it's on an estate. It's actually a shooting estate. We're very lucky to get that ground, and the landowners at Alvey Estates Limited are very, very supportive of what we do, and we work very, very closely with the organisers. And yeah, we alter it from time to time. That's the thing, yeah.
Well, I know it's getting close to a cup of tea time and maybe a bacon roll time.
Oh, yeah.
Getting close. We got local news coming up in about 5 minutes' time.
Well, I'm thinking what I'll do an hour break, play a tune, do some news, back to you.
That sounds like a plan indeed.
It does, doesn't it? However, before we do that, a few more people getting involved for today's competition. And also, I've got a couple of hellos. Tony Gibson says, good morning. And he's wondering, Scott Turpin, what number is he? That's his son.
Scott Turpin, no, I need to find out his number.
If we can find him, we get a wee hello. That'd be cool.
All right, okay.
And also, Pete is enjoying the coverage, and I think he's kind of missing not being around up here. But yeah, enjoying watching and listening.
Well, it's nice that we can sort of bring this bit of it. You know, it's a little bit of a taster of what's going on this year, and the same for those people who can't get here for whatever reason. We think it's quite nice that we can bring this to you.
That is our main goal, really, is to bring people the trial in any way, shape or form we can.
It really is thanks to our sponsors, main sponsors, Michelin Tires, Trial Magazine, who else? Charles Guru's up there, Gavin, Cairns, Rough Casting, who else I missed off? Of course,
Hire Centre, Comms West.
Comms West, they're bringing us all the stuff. Formerly known as Lockheed Net. I'll be wondering who they are. As you say, the Hire Centre, and of course, Thistle Access, who have really come to the rescue this week with a lovely trailer where our Chris is in there, and the Power, which is making it all work right now.
Indeed. Yeah, all fun and games.
There you go. So what tune have you chosen then?
As it's a reasonable day, I've picked Teeks and Dan Hartner and Sunshine.
Sounds like
I thought it'd be a nice
to
tune. So yeah, we'll have a short break, play some Teeks, and we'll do some local news and we'll be back with you.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things to do, be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
For the players.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things to do, be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things to do, be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
This is day 4 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Yeah, good morning everyone. We're on day 4, the Thursday, the 4th of May 2023, the Scottish 6 days trial. And we have in the outside broadcast studio here in Parc Ferme, the ACU steward for the Scottish 6 days trial, Gordon Lawley. Gordon, welcome to Scotland.
Good morning, John.
Yeah, yes. Now the ACU, that is one of the major governing bodies of motorcycle sport in the UK. They run the TT at the Isle of Man, and they run the motocross championships for Great Britain, and also when it comes to events like the International 6 Days Enduro, it's the ACU that fields the British Trophy and Vase teams. But you're up here as an official of the ACU for the Scottish 6 days. Tell me a little bit about that if you can.
Well, they're the governing body in the UK, like you said. And so the Scottish ACU actually has to go through the ACU. Yeah, and I'm up here just to keep an eye on everything, to report back to rugby, as everything is as should be, which I always find it is. But of course you can have problems out on the route and that with certain riders, and yeah, so I'm heavily involved with that, and I have to do a report when I return back home for the whole of the event, which is actually returned to the Scottish 6 Day Committee for them to view my thoughts at the end of the day.
Now, you've obviously been involved with the motorcycle sport for a very long time, and you have an association with an ACU club down south. Which club is that?
It is actually the South Shropshire Motorcycle Club, and we've actually got a team running this week, and they've managed to get up to 3rd place, which I'm really over the moon about.
Great, brilliant.
And of course we've got Alice Minter riding for us, which is, I think she's the 2nd female in the trial.
Yeah.
Which is another great thing, and she's doing well in the World Championship at the moment.
Yeah. Are you involved with the club itself?
I am.
An official?
I'm actually a president of the South Shropshire Motorcycle Club.
Yeah.
I found a member, and it started in 1972. I'm very proud of our club. Although we're only a little club based down that way, I think we've got quite a good following from the Midland Centre.
And of course, contrary to public belief, the ACU is actually made up of a lot of people who have been ex-competitors as well. They're not just officials in the official capacity only. They've been involved in the sport.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can imagine there's quite a lot of work goes on in the headquarters at rugby, and quite a few famous people have passed through there in the past. as I've been heavily involved with events around the UK. Yeah, and it makes me quite proud to be actually a member of the Trials and Enduro Committee.
Yeah, because that is a committee that is specifically for the off-road element of the ACU. But as we said in an introduction, the ACU is more than just trials. You've got trials, motocross, grass track, enduro, and of course pure racing. I mean, the Isle of Man TT is obviously one of the biggest motorcycle events in the world, and it draws in a lot of income for the Isle of Man each year, and has been on the go for well over 100 years. And it's one of the sort of pure road racing events in the calendar, and it's the ACU that's responsible for that event, isn't it?
That's quite right, yes. And Gary Thompson is his chairman of the ACU at Rugby. He's heavily involved with the TT in the Isle of Man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but all the rules about governance, the clerk of the course. The clerk of the course is the main official. So we've got David Dignan as clerk of the course here. There's a clerk of the course for the TT as well, and it's one solitary person, isn't it?
Correct. Quite correct. Yes, and it's Dave's first year of actually doing clerk of the course up here.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been deputy clerk of the course, and from my point of view, he's doing an excellent job.
Yeah, quite a lot of changes at the Scottish this year. The routes have all changed to what they normally are. You know, they used to refer to the Monday route and the Thursday route and the Friday route and the Saturday route. That's all been sort of mixed up a bit now because they've actually brought in new bits of moorland, etc. So it's a bit of a running-in period for this year, isn't it?
That's quite right. Yeah, yeah. And saying about new things being in the Scottish 6 Day, of course, they're on this electronic scoring system,
right.
which I am really pleased with, because I'm involved with Lionel Cox, has actually produced this in the first place.
Right.
Although Fraser has sort of added 1 or 2 points as he thinks is required to run the Scottish 6 Day, and it's working very well in my eyes. Yeah.
Would this system they're using at the Scottish 6 Days be usable to lesser clubs, maybe smaller organisations, or is it just maybe a bit too expensive at the moment, do you think?
I know there's certain clubs in the on down in the south of the UK as are using them, buying their own equipment and that,
right.
and they're finding it's very good.
Good, excellent.
I mean, and it is used in the adult British Championship. It is used in the Ladies and Girls Championship and the ABC and D Championship as well. With certain clubs, it just depends.
Yeah. Well, that's maybe something we could talk about. You're actually coming up again into Scotland later this year. You're coming back up in June to observe our Highland Classic 2-day trial. I believe you're looking forward to that.
I am very much looking forward to it, to be honest, because I just love coming to Scotland. And yeah.
Well, you'll see a different type of terrain, similar but different to here. Obviously, it's not so vast. The Highland Classic is run on what we regard as a shooting estate, and we're very fortunate to have the backing of Alvey Estates Limited and their Supremo, the Laird Jamie Williamson, who's very supportive of our cause there, because he's allowed his ground to be used for almost 40 years for trials, and he normally comes on the start on the Saturday and does a quick chat before the riders go off, so he takes an interest in it. So we always make sure he's got a nice bottle of lemonade given to him and a t-shirt. We always make sure that we have an XL available for him, so he's got an annual t-shirt for the trial and a pit cap as well, and it's the Suzuki edition we're doing this year. And we've got Nigel Burkett coming up as guest of honour, but also we've got Bernie Schreiber coming across for it. Good. And Steve Saunders, who's a previous guest of honour, he just keeps coming back, so it just shows you that he enjoys it, so it's good.
Yes, that's why I'm really looking forward to coming up and seeing it. And I mean, as you said, you've got to look after the landowners.
Yeah.
Landowners and observers are the key to the trials.
Absolutely right. So, and where are you off to today? Do you know?
I'm just going to follow, because it goes down the coast, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it's good, that route is, because you can sort of park on the side, pop to a section and on to the next section.
That's right. It's quite a spectator-friendly day, basically, at the Moydit Run. So we'll let you crack on and do that, Gordon. So thank you very much indeed for coming in to speak to us here at Nevis Radio. And as I said earlier, you're with the ACU organisation, ACU Bike Sport GB, and they are the governing body that's recognised by the FIM, Federation International Motocycliste in Geneva, and that's the overall governing body for the world of motorcycle sport. Is that correct?
That is quite correct, yes. Yes.
So that is great. Well, thanks very much, Gordon, and we'll hand over to John Weller just before you go in case you want to ask anything at all, John.
I think from our point of view, because not everybody up here has been born and raised into the motorcycle competition world. It's actually nice to understand how the official side of it works as well. So it really is nice to sort of get the background into that as well.
Thank you both very much. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's Gordon Lawley of the ACU, and we'll see you later on, Gordon. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Brilliant. That's what happens. We just get these people sort of walk by and you just grab them, don't you?
Yeah, I do. But he was also wanting to have a chat with me as well this morning, if he can, about when he does come up in June, because he's quite a knowledgeable chap. But out of the blue, in came a jot form, application form for Gordon, and he's actually coming up to observe at our trial. Oh, here we are. We've got more people here. We have a winner has appeared for the Hebo auxiliary fuel tank.
All right.
I don't know if we've got it here as
it's in the. It's there. It's down there.
It's in here. So if you just like to come in, we've got winners here. Does that work? Yeah.
Yes, on.
I'll give you one of these. Here's one. Just come in a little bit. So we've got the advertising stuff here. Yesterday we had the competition for the Apico Factory Racing supplied Hebo auxiliary fuel tank, and it was won by none other than Abigail Maxwell, who is a trials rider, and this is her father, David Maxwell, from Dumfriesshire. Now, tell me, how long have you been riding trials, Abigail?
Probably just about a year and a half.
Okay. And what do you ride?
A Beta 200.
Beta 200. Excellent little motorcycle. I think a lot more riders should ride a 200 rather than a 290, so you made a great choice. Now, your father's also been riding trials. I presume you've taken it from him?
Yeah, him and Papa.
Yeah, there you are. Of course, your grandfather, Davy Maxwell Sr., member of the Galloway Motorcycle Club from around about 1957, I think it was. Riding in trials along with myself, but also did motocross as well, and he famously used to ride with an RAF dress jacket on, and that used to be flapping behind him and scrambling. Now tell me, if you just pass the microphone on to Dad just for a second, what encouraged you to take up motorcycle sport, Davy?
I think it's like one of these things, if your dad has done it, and it's like probably a lot of the families around, even the Scottish here, there'll be, if your dad's did it, the son does it, and then hopefully, obviously it's passed it on to...
Sort of rubs off, doesn't it?
Rubs off, yes.
Yeah.
I've got another daughter as well, Jessica, and she tried to her as well, but Abigail's got the bug for it kind of thing, so it's...
That's it.
So it's good.
Yeah.
So
show me your hands. Yeah, if you could show that up there to camera. I don't know how she does it, but she has nice, these fingernails that girls have now, women have now, and I don't know how she rides a trials bike with nails that long. I always keep mine nice and trim, but there you go.
Now, it's probably the shortest version.
Well, that's maybe I've seen them longer than that. Now, the thing is, down in the Dumfriesshire area, which is an area where my mother was actually born, and she was born in Maxwelton. Maxwell as well.
Yes, how spooky is that, John?
The club, the Galloway Motorcycle Club Limited, that runs a big annual event now, the Drumlanrig Off-Road Motorcycle Festival. Tell us a little bit about that.
It does, John, yes. It's the last couple of years, it's just kind of started off. After the kind of COVID pandemic, it was, right, we'll kind of go for it in a big way. This year, it's earlier by a month.
Yeah.
Other reasons, and so this year we're having grass track. There's a road running on the Thursday.
Yeah.
There's the grass track on the Friday night,
I think it is,
I believe,
yeah.
yes.
And it's scrambling on the Saturday, Sunday.
And the trials on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. And the guest of honour this year is Neil Hudson, former 250 British motocross champion.
That's correct, yes.
And a world champion, I think he was, wasn't he?
I think he was world champion.
Now, last year he had a great gang of guests of honour. He actually managed to get Roger De Costa, who is with KTM Group, and he's still a manager with KTM Racing.
Yeah.
You had Roger De Costa, a previous guest of honour, Brad Lackey, who was the 1983 World Motocross Champion on Suzuki.
Yeah.
And you also had Heikki Mikkola.
Heikki Mikkola.
Heikki Mikkola. So he was a previous 250 and 500cc world champion.
Yes.
Great characters. And we also had our own Vic Allen was there as well.
That's right.
Who was a double British motocross champion. Never managed to win the world championship, but came very close to it. Unfortunately, had an accident in 1971. He rode the factory BSAs and was out for a season. I think that really scuppered him as far as the World Series was concerned. But it's a great event, isn't it? It's run at a castle, Drumlanrig Castle.
That's right.
And it's in the grounds of the castle.
What
And
they call the policy.
that's right.
It's down the front there, so it's a lovely backdrop, a lovely setting.
Yeah.
And it's quite nice. You know, it's a great position for
and
it
that's
to be
on
in.
the 19th of May. Now, we'll give you your
21st of
present,
May.
well, your winnings in just a second, because we're coming up to a wind-up time. Well, not presents, you actually want it. So well done, Abigail, for winning the auxiliary fuel tank. That means that you can get it on your bike, fill it with fuel, and not run out of petrol when you're at an event. So it'll go to a good place.
Let's go back to the pits and get some more fuel.
Exactly.
So now we're just straight on.
Straight on and
straight
keep
on with
going.
John. Just keep her going. You
That's
know?
right. So, John Weller, have you got the fuel tank? Or
It is down there. We'll get it out in a
We'll
minute.
get it out in a minute, yeah.
We do need to sort of crack on, because I know Dave Sedgwick's in the studio. Very good morning to you,
it's
David.
Scott for the day. So thanks very much to David
thank
and
you very much,
Abigail
folks.
Maxwell.
Yes, no bother.
Hello, David.
Hello, John. Nice to speak to you. It's nice to hear about Drumlanrig, because you pass it on the M74 on the way down. I've seen it many times going down home to Sedbergh.
You know, it's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm good, thanks, actually. I had a good swim this morning, did my 30 lengths today. I didn't get that done because I was late getting in yesterday and the day before, but 30 lengths today, so that's good, and feeling top of the world.
There you go. Well, you got thought for the day. I'll let you get on with that, and we'll get this prize sorted out for the young lady.
Good. Good morning, Simon, John, and all the listeners here in Lochaber and around the world. During this week, I've been looking at lessons we can learn from trees that will enrich our lives and the lives of others. Today I want to talk about a very small seed that Jesus used as an illustration, which is recorded by 3 of the Gospel writers, so it's probably quite important. Jesus talked in a parable about a man planting a mustard seed in his field. It's the smallest of seeds, but when it's grown, it is the greatest of shrubs and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air can come and make nests in its branches. Why did he use this illustration? Well, firstly, it's a picture of how the Christian church began, with a carpenter's son from Nazareth and 12 disciples in the 1st century AD, living and sharing the way of life that Jesus spoke about and lived so clearly. The good news brought by Jesus has spread to every country in the world, with millions following him. Secondly, there's a message for each one of us. You and I feel so insignificant when we look at the scale of need in the world, the amount of hurt people feel, and the suffering they experience. What can I do to help? Well, you do what you can in your own small way. Mother Teresa famously said, if you can't feed 100 people, then feed just 1. She also talked about there being 2 kinds of poverty. We have the poverty of material, for example, in some places like India, Ethiopia, and other places where the people are hungry for a loaf of bread, real hunger. But there's a much deeper, much greater hunger, and that is the hunger for love, and that terrible loneliness and being unwanted, unloved, and being abandoned by everybody. Now, there's something we can do, however small, in our own neighbourhood, or by enabling others to provide essentials for living to those in greatest need. A few years ago, you may remember Martha Payne, a 9-year-old schoolgirl from Loch Gilpad, who photographed her school meals each day and then put them on her blog. This became extremely popular on social media, with over 100,000 visits to the site. There was an encouragement for people to donate some money to Mary's Meals, the charity which gives a daily nutritious meal and education to over 2 million school children in low-income countries. This in itself is a mustard seed type organisation in that it was started in a shed in Dalmally outside Oban by Magnus MacFarlane Barrow, and has had such a dramatic effect in countries like Malawi. Martha raised £115,000 for Mary's Meals. Now, you don't need to be as dramatic or effective as that. There are things that you can do in your own neighbourhood. Is there someone in your stare, close or family that needs some help or a regular visit? Is there a small amount of money you can give each month to a charity for those in need? Do you have skills and gifts that you can share? Interestingly, when God adds his blessing to it, you'll be surprised where it leads to when you share your gift. There's a wonderful story of a wee lad who gives his piece of 5 loaves and 2 fish to Jesus. He transforms that lad's lunch into food for 5,000 people. Your gifts can be multiplied, but you need to offer them. Out of something very small, something magnificent can be achieved. There will be something that you can offer which will make a difference to someone in need. It may only be a smile. I'd gladly walk across the desert with no shoes upon my feet to share with you the last bite of bread I had to eat. I would swim out to save you in your sea of broken dreams. When all your hopes are sinking, let me show what love means. Love can build a bridge between your heart and mine. Let's listen to the judge singing Love Can Build a Bridge. Thank you for listening.
tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Our mountains, glens and waterways are some of the best in Scotland, if not the world. Breathtaking views and awe-inspiring landscape, adventures for us all. Come and explore our water and mountains. It will make you feel alive.
lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle. They all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Parc, building a destination of choice.
The Scottish 6-day trial on Nevis Radio is sponsored by Michelin and Trial Magazine.
We've literally got 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, to take us up to the news at 9. I thought it's been full on so far this morning. Lots of people coming in, lots of people coming by, which is actually fantastic. A good buzz, and I think you said vibrant. I was just messaging you there, and I say a vibrant atmosphere, which hopefully is being portrayed.
You said a bad word.
Buzz.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Buzz in a good. This is a good buzz.
I don't want to hear any more buzzes this week. It has looked very busy for all those watching. Hopefully you're enjoying that. If you do want to watch it, you can check it out on YouTube right now for free, and you can do so right the way through till the last rider leaves on Saturday. Just go to YouTube, look up our channel, Nevis Radio. You can search for that, or just Nevis Radio Official, and it's there for you to watch.
And you catch up in eternity, can't you, too, through YouTube and Mixcloud?
Yeah. Once it's up, it's up. So you can go back, watch it again. Or I say you can have a listen again on Mixcloud at Nevis Radio Official as well.
Yeah, we're now joined by David as well, another one of our team members who was down here for a couple of days start of the week. Couldn't make it yesterday, so he is now back. So we've got a camera operator.
People, at last.
It is nice. It makes a difference trying to get up, trying to work out what camera's on me. So I'm sort of soap opera in the back to sort of get a camera sorted out, but it's absolutely fantastic. Chris in the Thistle Access trailer. Great to have him with us today for the first time. First outside broadcast he's been involved with.
I know, he's doing a grand job.
Absolutely sterling job. Thank you very much, Chris. And so John Moffat is chatting to people. He's just, waffling away like he does.
He's doing John Moffat things.
News, is that okay?
We'll go on news shortly. However, if people do want to get involved in today's competition, the number to get involved in 01397 706 100. You can phone us there. You can WhatsApp us on that number as well. You can email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or get us on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official. Give it all a like, a share, and all that kind of business, and we'll do what we can to bring you the SSDT live as we go. And we'll be back after the news.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain, and I haven't had any punctures yet. But to last long as well, it's ideal, really.
Our mountains, glens and waterways are some of the best in Scotland, if not the world. Breathtaking views and awe-inspiring landscape, adventures for us all. Come and explore our water and mountains. It will make you feel alive.
This is day 4 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
We've got people queuing up now to be interviewed, which is fantastic. We're going to do that very, very shortly.
Can I ask a question quickly?
Yep.
The message you just sent me, is that the name of the tune, or is that like...
No, that's just anything from him, really. But I think there's a new one on there. I'm trying to think what it's called. But you go onto the country...
That's fine, I'll go find it. I just wanted to double check, because I'm looking, I can't find that.
He's into his country music, so we're going to do that. We'll catch up who he is and what he's about very, very shortly. But I thought we'd just do a quick here, do the tune, get things moved around here, then we'll sort of bring him into the area for a quick interview.
Okay, so what you want? You just want to go straight in for it, or...?
Yeah, I just couldn't type quick enough, because I know what he's like. You can hear the news finish. I thought, I only got around 30 seconds. The old wind's got up here again, so we lost another clock. They're all still working, but they're getting banged around today.
Are they?
So we need to look at a way of anchoring that. Well, that's another thing we can sort out, but it just gets very blustery for sort of 5-10 minutes, then it calms down. It's really, really nice.
Cable ties and duct tape. That is the answer.
Yeah, well, that's it. And WD-40, there's other brands available, and duct tape can keep this radio going.
Indeed. Right, okay, so I'm going to play some Luke Tibbs. Are we doing the weather?
Do you want to do the weather now or after?
Well, you pick, because...
Let's do the weather, get out of the way, go straight into a tune, get this guy sorted out for the interview, and we'll take it from there.
That sounds like a plan. Right, so we're doing weather.
Yep.
You said that. Let's try
we're doing the weather now. Chris, you heard that, didn't you, Chris? Yeah, Chris knows we're doing weather.
Okay.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
I didn't know we were doing this. Right, a dry day with good, bright and sunny spells appearing. The best of these are going to be towards the west. Afternoon highs are going to be very respectable at 16 degrees centigrade, 61 Fahrenheit. Tonight, most of staying dry with good late sunshine, then clear spells, but always cloudy across the far northeast. This will also increase with a chance of showers. Spread in, we're losing the cameras, David. Don't worry about it. Oh, dear. Right, sorry. We have just lost the camera. Right, yeah, so the weather's going to get down to 3 degrees centigrade, 37 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather.
Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability
Yeah, this is day 4 of the Scottish 6 Days Trial, and we have in the Parc Ferme this morning 3 times Scottish 6 Days Trials winner and previous British champion James Dable, now semi-retired, but not completely retired. You're actually working for a living now, aren't you? What are you doing now, James?
Yeah, I mean, this year's a bit different again, really. I feel like I am fully retired this time, but no, obviously back in 2020 I made the decision to knock the World Championship on the head and British Championship and things like that, so yeah, decided to try and live a normal life and started driving wagons for a living.
Now tell us a little bit about that. You drive a Volvo. What size and what output does the Volvo truck you have, and what do you tow, and what sort of loads do you carry?
Yeah, so I'm mainly on day work. We do a lot running aggregates around local areas and what have you, on Arctic tippers. So we're kind of feeding a lot at concrete plants and things like that. So I enjoy it. It's good fun. Luckily, I've got a boss that buys nice wagons, so I've got a fairly new Volvo FH500. So.
Yeah. And what's the power output of that? Because obviously we tend to still work in horsepower. What sort of
so the 500's 500
horsepower.
So it's more than enough for what we do.
That'll do me. I think I thought my car was quite good. It puts out 225 brake, and if you put it on sport mode, it's quite rapid. So a nice car. No, I've always been an admirer of trucks. My late father had an accountancy business as well as working for a legal firm in West Lothian, and he had a lot of hauliers as clients. I think he had something up to about 14 hauliers. And when I was a young boy, he used to deliberately, when they were buying second-hand vehicles, my dad would run them from Central Garage Bathgate over to Dunbar, and I used to get to sit as second man. We were talking about this earlier. It was great fun as a small boy. But then they brought in the heavy goods licensing, and my dad had to stop doing it because you couldn't drive them on a car licence no more.
I think it's become a lot more complicated.
Oh yeah, and of course a lot of computer-controlled stuff on these wagons now. They're like driving big overgrown cars compared to the old-fashioned Atkinsons, where you very little creature comforts in them, and they didn't have sleeper cabs. They had a board that you put across them and that. So you've got it easy now, James. That's the thing.
Not only that as well, I think obviously rules have changed over years.
Yeah,
it's a lot more complicated now with the health and safety side of it and things like that as well. But yeah. Mine's automatic and all, so I should be all right when I go back to work next week.
You will do, yeah. But you could find yourself working for a long time, because your father, Mal, he's in his 70s now and he's still working. And I think you've got a lot to answer to with your parents, because they did a lot for you in the early days in trials, didn't they?
Yeah, no, obviously, you know, I look back on everything, and I owe everything to my mum and dad. I know, you know, they'd never take anything from me, because it's what we did as a family. You know, we used to ride week in, week out, me, my brother, even my sister at one point. But obviously I was the one that wanted to take it a lot further, and when I left school at 16, I worked under my uncle, really, in just a warehouse down the road from my mum and dad's. And then when I got the opportunity with Top Child Team when I was 17, I were on my way, and my mum and dad just said, we'll support you as long as you and as far as you want to go with it.
And of course, well, obviously trials has been your life for a long time. What age are you now?
37.
37, so you've probably had about 30 years of trials already. Now, obviously, you said that you've pulled back from the World and the British Series. You've also been doing a bit of enduro racing as well.
Yeah, I mean, even when I was full-time doing World Championships still, Beta, when I was riding for Beta and under factory contract with them, they were still kind of happy for me to dive in and out of it a little bit. Odd races when there was something going on in UK through winter, when there were not much happening on the world team with trials. So I've always done like the odd races and bits and bobs, but the last 2 years I've managed to do a little bit more, and I kind of feel like with that it's a lot more relaxed for me.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking to somebody just yesterday, and I said I'd love to be able to go and do some club trials and things like that and see some old faces, but I just don't feel with how competitive I still am.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to enjoy it 100%. You know, I rode Kirby Christmas Trial with Doug, and me and Doug rode round together. And we actually stood on a section, and Doug said to me, he says, "Look at us." He said, "We're still the only 2 second lap walk in every section."
Aye.
And we were.
Yeah.
And I said, it's just how we are.
Habit.
We just can't get out of it. And, you know, it does make it really hard to actually go and have a really enjoyable day.
Yeah.
But with the enduro side, with that, there's absolutely zero expectation, and for me at the moment, it is more fun.
Well, Mick Andrews used to say, as you know, he was a multiple British champion, a European champion, that when he did what we now regard as enduro, but obviously in those days he rode International 6 Days trial, which is a speed event. He said it was an event that he could let off steam. He felt he wasn't under the same pressure that he was by the factory Ossa or whatever, or Yamaha, to do well. It was a case of he just wanted to go quick. And he did a bit of scrambling as well in motocross at the time, did Mick, and it was just a kind of release valve for him, because he felt that the job was trials and the pastime was enduro. So, and of course, enduro, a lot of very good trials riders have gone to become exceptionally good enduro riders. Graham Jarvis, one of your main competitors when you're starting out, probably became just a legend in enduro now, because the things he can do on an enduro bike is taken from trials, isn't it?
Yeah, especially on the extreme side. You know, if you look at the top 10 in the world extreme enduro now, you know, I rode with Graham, Taddy, Johnny, Billy.
Yeah.
You know,
all
and
trials riders.
The list goes on and on and on. So trials is a very special sport, which I think can set you up for many different paths on a motorcycle.
It does. Now, obviously, recently it's been reported that you'd been a little bit poorly. Tell us a little bit about that, because you don't shake hands the normal way at the moment, do you?
No, just at the minute I'm having to use my left hand a little bit, but yeah, basically, 5th of March, my kind of life got turned upside down a little bit with just a small kind of freak incident. I actually pricked my thumb with a little bit of grip wire while I was fettling my bike, which I've done along with many others hundreds of times. Carried on fettling and what have you, and didn't really think out of it, and then raced Tong the day after, an extreme enduro there, and my chain actually came off in the river on the second lap, and obviously I had to get my hands in, and I believe that I had strep A infection in my thumb, and I believe that has come from that basically. Caused a couple of months of uncomfortable nights and things like that, but we're getting there slowly now.
Which meant you couldn't do your day job of driving the truck.
Yeah, so I've been for just over 2 months now on sick. Hopefully be back to work next week, so I'm back driving my van and things like that, so I should be all right to get back.
Yeah, we're looking forward to get back on the wagon.
I don't know how long it'll be before I'm back on a bike, we'll have to see.
Well, just take it easy, that's the thing. So you're up with the family, you've got how many kids now?
So there's 3. There's obviously Archie, who's eldest, Noah, and then little Ada now as well. So
and,
obviously Emma, mum and dad are up as well.
Of course, I met them in the town the other day.
Family trip.
Yeah.
And
any chance that the boys might follow in Dad's footsteps, or girls as well?
Well, we'll have to see. I'm not putting them under any pressure to do anything. Obviously, they play a bit of football. They're loving that. You know, they train midweek. They're playing pretty much every weekend. So no, I'm not putting them any pressure onto it. Archie's just got a Beta 80 from my good friend Jordan Potter at Rev Shed. So he's just obviously opened his new shop, and we've got a little Beta 80 through him, which is an absolute minter and perfect for what he needs to do and next step off of his Osset, really. Yeah,
I'm a great believer in don't push them, let them find it themselves, and if they find it themselves, that's when they really enjoy the sport. I mean, because you weren't pressurised into it, you wanted to do it, and if you want to do something, you'll do better at it because you're keen on it. And I appreciate what you're saying, because even my 2 sons, I never insisted they did trials. If they wanted to go and play football, fine, we took them to football. They did taekwondo and things like that. 2 of them did that, and never ever did I say, you're going to do this, you're going to do that. It's a case of, do you want to do it? Right, I'll get you a bike, fine. And if you're in the position to do that, it's brilliant. But I think they take it on more. My father rode trials, he never forced me to do it. I just wanted to do it, but I wasn't as good as you.
No, you know, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. You know, a lot of people say to me, like, oh, you must have got pushed. And I said, no, I pushed myself. Like,
Yeah.
it were me that wanted to ride every weekend.
That's right.
You know, and I remember times over Christmas, you know, when there were a bit of time off and there were trials on regular, we were doing like, you know, 4, 5 in a row.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just what I love doing. You know, there were a lot of things then that weren't available as to what there is now. You know, I think people are a lot wiser to different sports and different kind of things. And, you know, I kind of want my kids to kind of experience a bit of everything, but I just love riding my child's bike, and, you know, that's what I wanted to do week in, week out.
Well, take even Dougie Lampkin, who's leading the Scottish 6 Days this year. His father, the late Martin Lampkin, great trials rider, he actually wanted Dougie to be a golfer at one point. He thought he might make a living out of golf. And of course the Lampkins are quite into golf as well, as we all know. But of course Dougie decided to go into trials, and his brother Harry did it as well. And of course Dougie, 12 times world champion, can't take that away from him. He's done all the right things and made a good living out of it. So I think really the pressure aspect, and we do see this in motorcycle sport. The worst used to be schoolboy motocross in my day. It was the parents went over the top, and eventually you'd find the kid would just go off and do something else, and that's not the way to do it. If they really want to do it, they'll keep at it, as you did, and you know, you made a bit of livelihood out of it, and then now you've reverted. Now that you've come away from the sport, you're driving a truck and probably enjoying that as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, you can't. It's got to come from within. You know, like you say, even in trials sometimes you see a lot of kids, you know, you can see deep down they don't really want to do it.
No.
And it's so important that, you know, it needs to come from within them. And I think that's when, you know, obviously mixed with talent and hard work, that's when you get the best out of the kids. And obviously as they're growing up, that it's what they want to do, and not rather than the parents living.
And even if they're not so good at it, as long as they enjoy doing it, because I mean, motorcycle sport, as you know, you're out in the open air, fresh air, exercise, because the bike doesn't do it all. The rider has still to put a lot of input and effort into it, as you know. You've got to train for it if you want to be good. But even if you're not so good, you can still enjoy the sport and get a lot of fun out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, you know, some friends of mine that have ridden enduro bikes for years and pretty handy on them. Put them on a trials bike, it's like they've never ridden a bike before.
Yeah.
I think as well that when somebody comes new to it, especially if somebody enjoys a challenge, I think trials is the perfect sport for that type.
It's a great grounding, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Great grounding. So what are your plans today, James? Anywhere particular going to go? Are you just going to take a run round? What's the plan of action?
Well, obviously, my original plan was that I was still going to be coming up here to have another go at winning it, but obviously that backfired. We had a little plan in place between myself, Jordan Potter at Revshed. We've got a bike through Shirty. So we're going to be riding a Revshed gas up here. Something a little bit different that kind of tied in with my enduro deal with the Rieku job as well. So, but I had a nosy at Leineken on Tuesday. I've not been doing too much, but I enjoyed that. Saw a few familiar faces. Had a good chat with Yumi and Nige Pearson from Charles UK and a few others. And then today we're gonna, once I've done it, I think we're gonna head up out to Piper's Burn.
Right.
I've always enjoyed that top section there, so I'd like to watch it through
See
there.
what the rest are doing.
See if it's still as awkward as what I remember.
Yeah. Taking the whole family out?
Yeah, we're all gonna venture out and then probably head up this afternoon up to Nevis Range for kids to blow off a bit more steam on the mountain bikes.
Good idea.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
From a trials rider's point of view, obviously he's done a few of these and won some as well. From watching it as a spectator, do you learn anything different that maybe you wouldn't see when you're riding it?
Did you hear that?
I got a bit of it, but I didn't.
As a spectator, what was that again?
Do you pick up things that you wouldn't see when you're riding it? Because obviously you'd have maybe different angles, that kind of
things
thing.
that you wouldn't see when you're riding the event by being a spectator.
Yeah, where all coffee shops are. No, it's, you know, even when I'm riding, you can learn from any level of rider. You know, even if it's something as simple as how not to do it, or where not to go and things like that. But yeah, watching, obviously it's not as nice as riding, I must admit, but you still, you can still pick up things. And I think with sections up here, they've very rarely changed that much. So even like for next year, you can maybe
plan
have
ahead.
a little bit more of a look than what you would when you're riding.
But you mentioned Linaken. Apparently, some of the big rocks have shifted down the burn a good bit just with the winters. It's incredible what water can move stuff. I mean, you've seen it down in Yorkshire when they had the floods.
Yeah.
A lot of the sections that they used in the Scott trial disappeared because of the fact that all the boulders got washed away and you're left with bedrock because of the flooding. It's incredible.
I remember, I can't remember the name of the section now, but in Scott trial, Shaw Gutter, you do Shaw Gutter, and then you kind of cross over the river and you used to go up onto the top of the hill and across. And now you ride straight up a flat riverbed. It's like somebody's chiselled it out. And that were from the big floods.
Big floods of Yorkshire.
That much force had just shoved everything down. So
that's what happens. So we'll not keep you too long, but it's excellent you've taken the time to come in and see us today, James. I just wondered if John Weller wanted to have a quick word with you as well while he's here with Nevis Radio.
Well, I guess my sort of query is always, what sort of living can you make out doing this professionally? Is it a lucrative one? Is that a bad thing to say? But
no, you can definitely make a good living out of it. But you know, kind of when I got going, probably earning a living out of it, you know, I would say that I were at quite a good time. Obviously, not the best time. I think the best times were kind of there and gone. You know, probably 90s when sponsorship were probably a little bit easier and things like that. But no, I mean, I made a comfortable living out of it, you know, but to be honest, it was never about that. No. You know, for me, it was just always about doing what I love doing, riding my bikes, and I always said when it gets to a point where I'm not enjoying it as much, that's when I'll knock it on the head, and I felt like 2020 were my time to
something just clicked and said, this is, obviously you see the world, you see, I mean, the comradeship you must make along those tours as well must be quite special.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some of the places I've been and the people I've met, you know, it's memories that'll stay with you for a lifetime, and obviously the achievements as well. But you meet, you know, John will know himself, you meet so many great people in trials. It's such a small-knit community, and it does really feel like a family. You know, like the messages of support that I've received, obviously, with what's been going on with my hand and things like that. It really does kind of like hit home a little bit how good trials is as a sport and as a camaraderie, I guess, and as a community.
Always say we're down, we only get involved really 1 week a year, but you come down here and people come and shake your hand, and I've not seen them for a whole year, but they still remember what we're trying to do, and I vaguely remember names. They're getting better, but it is a very family community, I must be honest. It just all knits together. It's lovely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I've rode for many people and teams over my career as well, and you know, you just always feel like there's a door open there if you ever wanted to go back. And you know, one of my favourite people for that were always John Boy, John Lampkin. He always, you know, used to say to me, I'm a fan of James Table, and you know, doors always open whenever you want to come back. And it just makes life a lot easier, you know, and decisions a lot easier and things like that. So.
Well, James, always a pleasure to catch up with you and find out what you're doing and where your life's taking you now, and the fact you've still got that interest and, you know, that background, which is the important bit.
Yeah, no, I'll always have a love for trials. You know, it's been my life for 30 plus years now, so
it's in the blood.
It's always
in the blood.
Yeah, it's in the blood. It's always going to be there, and I'll always have a love for sport.
Excellent. There you go, James Dable.
Cheers, James Dable, thanks very much for coming in. And I actually thought when you were going to nominate a record today that you might have put something on for your mum and dad, because they're great Joe Cocker fans, believe it or not. I think I told you that years ago, and you sort of looked at me blank as if, are they? I didn't know that, but they are. I think they've maybe even been to concerts and stuff, because he was a central part of England, wasn't he, Joe Cocker? He was from that sort of area, I think. Definitely. That apparently is their favourite artist. And sadly, of course, he's now dead, but lots of great memories. They play a tune to them, and they'll tell you almost all the words and all that thing. I'm quite sure they would. Yes.
I actually asked my dad yesterday who his favourite artist was. He's got quite a few, so I had to pick one. But if I were going to choose him, it'd probably be Dr. Hook.
Oh, there you are. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'll tell you what, we can go. We've got a tune lined up. We can go. We've just got a few things to move around here.
Well, I tell you what. If we're going to do that, if James is still with you, if James has picked this, do you want James to announce it and I'll press play?
Right. Apparently they've got. What do you got lined up? Some Dr. Hook.
I've got Who's Yours, but I can line up Dr. Hook if you want.
Didn't ask for that one. I just thought get a tune ready.
Oh, right,
if you want to talk some Dr. Hook, then we'll let James dedicate it, I guess.
All right, hang on. I'm just getting it organised. Which one are we going to go with?
Any particular favourite one?
I don't really know him that well. I remember listening to him as a kid.
Well, you're in love with a beautiful woman.
Right, okay, bear with me. I'm
That's
just
probably
getting
the
it
biggest
sorted out
one.
just now.
So this is for mum and dad then, is it?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
So Dad could dedicate this to Mum.
There you go. Right then, over to you.
So to you then, James.
So
You're introducing this and dedicating it.
So it's this is the next song is going to be Dr. Hook. Did we say when you're in love with a beautiful woman?
Yeah.
He's gonna have me when I get back now for being all soppy for him. But no, obviously this obviously brings back fond memories when I was riding trials as a kid, and you know we used to listen to all sorts. But this is probably one of the artists that sticks in my mind a little bit, along with the Dubliners and the Furies and what have you. But yeah, no, this is Dr. Hook, dedicated to my dad, my mum, and my little family, Emma and kids as well. So why not?
Thanks very much, James Dable.
Cheers.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here.
Day 4 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 4, a very blustery and I'm going to say quite windy car park, Parc Ferme down here in Fort William. The Army supply team, they've lost their tent which carries all the fuel. That's now flat packed. You probably realised just after the news we lost one of the cameras. That seems to be back up and working. The clocks have got a bit dented. I've had the lower speakers down, but it's all fun.
Yeah, well, I must admit, it's a little bit noticeable here. I can hear a little bit of noise coming through our aerial, because I'm guessing that's wobbling about as well.
I'll tell you what, I thought it was going round and round at one point, like a whirly gig.
Oh, right, okay.
And it looks quite spectacular. I went round there, I sort of tried, you can't really lock into place where we got it, so that we just have to monitor. But it comes and goes. It's a really strange wind.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really calm. When it gets too hot, you want to take your jacket off, and then all of a sudden that wind gets up, and my goodness, does it blow.
Oh, yeah.
All the security barriers down the middle of Parc Ferme, so I know where this is, but they got like banners and all their advertising. They've all ended up flat packed now. So it's people trying to sort that, but no, they left them down. They're just flat now. The tent next to us, they're hanging on to it with people. They've not got guy ropes on theirs. We have got a couple of guy ropes holding ours down.
That's why I left the sides off ours.
Yes. Well, I don't know if it's helping or not, because the wind sort of it lifts up quite a long way. It gets a bit scary, but we're just letting it do what it'll do.
Yeah, well, it should take a bit of it. That's why we've got a heavy-duty one, courtesy of Gavin County Broadcasting.
Yeah, no, it's been tested, shall we say. It's quite scary.
It's strange you should mention that, because James, being a truck driver, was talking about curtain-side vehicles, and of course when they run empty there's no weight in them, and what they tend to try and do is open the curtains right back so that the wind goes straight through. Otherwise it acts like a sail, and that's how you find vehicles, HGVs lying on their sides in such weather conditions. It can catch the lorry, put it off balance and tip it over on its side. Not a very nice thing to happen to the driver. So yeah, it was very, very strong winds. It was incredibly strong.
There's
and it's getting back
debris.
up again a little bit, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of debris blowing around, and yeah, it's tested a few people down here. I think there's a bit of damage, but hopefully we survived it, and you didn't lose any signal, which is the main thing. As the rest of it can be mainly with a bit of glue, that gaffer tape, and that fantastic lubricating stuff, which eases, and it's good on the old skin, they say, but I don't like that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I don't think that's medically approved.
It removes chewing gum as well.
Oh, right.
There you go. So how are you doing back at the studio then? I mean, you're obviously
I've got
in a
a few
nice,
bits,
warm, calm studio.
Well, yeah, I'm calm, maybe not so much, but yeah, we're doing okay. A few things though. Tony Gibson, rider number 12, Scott Turpin. Since you were looking for his number, I don't know if that is a close number to what we've got.
That's a long way off. That's going to be, I imagine, half 11, 12.
Okay, so that could be a tomorrow job.
Yeah.
I did think it might be, but I wasn't too sure. Also, Philip Crosby's on the YouTube watching, so good morning to him. He's noticed on the SSDT rider entry list, there's 2 relay teams. Can you explain what this is all about, John? Because he's not seen that before.
John's wandered.
Is he?
Yeah. He's just got out and gone.
He's taken his earpiece out as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's got his microphone, because there's the spare one here, and this one of those is blown away, but he's just gone off around the corner. Like he does.
He smelled a bike for sale somewhere, didn't he?
Yeah,
He's like, I'm off.
There's a funny smell. It's a quite strong oily smell, but I can't work out what it is. It's a smell of, it's almost like a gearbox oily smell.
All right. Well, I'll come back.
John's back, right? John's
is
back.
He?
Yep. Hello.
Rider 278 just leaving the Parc Ferme there, just to give you a little bit of upgrade of who's actually leaving, coming and going. A lot of lads doing their repairs, but even the numbers that they're leaving with had to be put down this morning. So very, very heavy winds this morning. Strange. Did it say that in the weather?
No, we've done the weather, haven't we?
No. Did it mention that there was going to be strong winds? But
Afternoon, well, no. Respectable. No, tonight we get windy.
All right.
But not right now.
It's come early then. Okay.
I was going to mention on Monday, and I forgot all about it, the police team, they used to have one in, and I saw there's a couple of police riders in there.
Yes. 2 or 3 motorcycle police officers under Police Scotland. They've come down from Inverness, I believe, to take charge of the traffic flows, etc. So they're very useful. They keep the traffic moving. They make sure that all the spectators are correctly parked.
I'm talking about competitors.
Oh,
Not talking about competitors
don't
here.
think there's any police
Yeah, there
in
is.
this.
They're literally just behind us while you're doing the interview with James. So I saw the badge. They got like the blue and reflective checker.
Oh, right. I
top of
wasn't
the
aware
uniform.
of those police in. I
So
knew
whatever
there was
number we're up to
army.
now, they're what, 2.8 something. We're about 3 or
Up
4
to about
before them.
2.8 something now. 2.85's getting, well, Davy Hollins is sitting ready to go, but he's not quite up at the mark yet. Where are we now? 2.81. I think it's 2.81. 281. 280 is just leaving. 281 is just going up to the start marshals. What they're doing now is they're scanning the front number plates of the bikes as well with this new marking system they're using that Kirsten Pennicott was telling us a little bit about, and I'm going to make some inquiries as to how it really works. I think it's on an app, but I don't know if it's a public app or it's an app that's made available to the riders. I'm not quite sure how open it is at the moment, and we didn't actually get to the point of asking that yesterday with Kirsten because she had to go away and sort out some problem or other.
Yeah, no, exactly. I've got a battery on. I've not had a battery on here all week, which is unusual. I don't know what's happened to that.
John, you ran off because you saw something. I had a question from Philip Crosby regarding 2 relay teams. He's not seen that in the entry list before. Can you explain what's going on there?
I think I'm not quite sure about that. It surprised me as well. There have been relay teams in quite a lot of events. The Scott Trial in particular normally allows a relay team to raise money for charity, for approved charities. And the Scott is a well-known event that is one that raises money for local charities in the Richmond area of North Yorkshire. But with the Scottish, I think it's happened before, where people have ridden around for charity, but I'm not sure if these riders are doing a full Scottish 6 days or they're doing maybe like a relay type team thing where it's maybe 2 days at a time. 3 riders do 2 days. I'll have to make some inquiries on that, but it is in the programme that there is relay teams. There's like sort of 2 groups of them. Can't quite remember off the top of my head who's in them, but yeah, that seems to have been approved by the committee, the organisers.
Well, I know rider or bike number 100, I think, is part of a team because one of our close friends here at Nevis and personal friends as well is actually riding. He said he's part of a team, so it could be rider 100 for
You
one
can
of them.
mention him.
Yeah, Charles. I don't know if he's there today. I don't know what day he's doing.
Yesterday and the day before I saw him, but yeah, he's around.
Do you know the name of the rider?
Charles McLean.
Charles McLean. Yeah. Okay. No, it's not been made known to me what it's all about. I just heard that there was relay teams in this year, and certainly it was in the programme. I think they've annotated it a certain way, haven't they?
Do you know what? I think we need to have a look at that route. We've only done that once this
morning.
Oh,
we did, yeah.
So maybe an update on that route and find out where a good place to spectate is today.
No? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Thursday the 4th of May, Scottish 6 Days Trial 2023 up here in the Lochaber area. If you're holiday making, that's why you'll see a lot of motorcycles out on the road today. The first group of sections is at Annat. First rider was there at 7:45, so we're pretty well through there now. Second group further along the road, just off the A830, is 4 sections at Doyer Dam, which is up on the hillside on the left-hand side as you're going outwards. Where I think they still do the steam train every day, don't they? Up that route, they do this sort of steam train over.
We've got a different time. We've got Torben, is it?
Oh. Well, sorry about that, I wasn't aware. Torban, it's not Anna, it's 2 sections at Torban. Now, I don't know if that's spectator friendly or not, because there has been a lot of changes this year that are not on the original maps that I was given, and certainly not possibly in the programme. I've not looked at the programme. It's actually a little bit difficult to navigate because the route's sort of in the middle of it, and previously it was, more to the back. So Torban, 2 sections there on Group A. Second Group B, Doyer Dam, as just explained, it's across the railway line and up the hill. It's quite a hike up there. And then 2 sections further along at Group C, which is the Mood. That's been in for a few years now. A section group that's well known to everybody, that's a regular spectator at the Scottish 6 Days Trial, is Piper's Burn. The first rider should be there, was there at 9:30. just about 10 minutes ago. That was when I was planned to be there. If they're on time, they'll be there. Then we have Rochefin, Group E, which is 3 sections. First rider there about 10 o'clock. And then over to Glenuig. It's an old favourite, a single section there at Glenuig. A lot of hill burn round about that area, so all the grass has disappeared and turned black. Then we've got 2 sections at WD's named after the late Willie Darling. He discovered the section, I think, the year before he passed away, sadly, in 2015. The first rider there at 10:45. That's 2 sections there. Group H is Corridu, which is up near Strintian. That's in a deep gully, 3 sections. I don't know how accessible that is, to be fair. And the same goes with Belgroves. I'm not quite sure if Bellsgrove is an accessible area or not. Loch Shield definitely isn't, and it's 5 sections up along the side of the loch there, and then the riders make their way back along the A830 back to Fort William. So it's a kind of loop that they do. Obviously, you've got to take care. There is quite a lot of distance today on the road. So anybody holidaying in Lochaber, if you could just keep an eye out for the motorcycles. They don't travel particularly quickly. The top speed's right about 50 miles an hour. You're pushing it if you're going above that. But you will see them riding out on the A830 going westward, and you'll see them coming back in later on in the day the same direction. But they do go round the round Loch Eilert that direction. So as I say, keep an eye out, as they will be moving around all day in this gusty wind that we're putting up with this morning, which was unexpected.
My bacon roller got about an hour ago, it's still going. It's going to get blown away, and I've got my phone holding it down now. Is that bad? It got a bit hectic round here, so I didn't have my breakfast.
Yeah, and it's the situation now is with awnings and things that they're incredibly difficult to keep on the ground when you do get this sort of squall, because they act like a sort of sail basically, and it's not the first time that there's been awnings disappearing across the middle of the loch.
I was saying the army have lost their tent. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I did see it sort of blowing up and down, and then people moving around about it. So just for safety, they've disassembled it and dropped it down to the ground and weighted it down with water tanks, I think.
Yeah. And looking at the yachts and that we've got on the loch as well, they're just going spinning around as the wind changes, and it's beautiful. I mean, it's actually a beautiful day tomorrow. It's pretty clear.
Actually, the loch itself doesn't
calm.
It looks pretty calm to me.
Yeah.
Nothing out of order.
That's
There's no
pretty
white horses, but it just seems to be on land. It seems to be picking up speed and doing all sorts of nasty stuff.
There's a bit of mess down there. I think the people next to us, they had a big TV. I don't know, a 40-inch one that's flattened. Now there's more than a flat screen. They've got lots of little screens.
Yeah. I think my family member that's riding this year, Stephen Moffat's gone. He's number, I think it was 268. So I've managed to get a set of keys off him now. So presumably I'll be moving a van around. Although today we've decided to go out by car and just taken a couple of wheels with us, because it's easier to go round by car today rather than take a van which is a bit wider. We're just going by car.
Don't forget your lunchbox.
Just to follow. Oh, well, no lunchbox today, because I forgot to take it out the van last night.
The Apico competition we got going, we are asking you how many riders started the 2023 Scottish 6 Days trial, according to the programme, on Monday.
Yeah, and it's it's a multiple choice, make it a little bit fairer.
You could have A,
250.
B,
288.
Or C,
300.
And you could win a little goodie bag, I guess. We've got an umbrella, we've got some Apico merchandise here, pens, stickers and key rings.
Yep.
And we put a little collection together. Maybe bring a couple of car stickers down the side.
Yeah, we can do that.
And we'll just put a little goodie bag together for you. And if you want to get in contact and start letting know how to pester him.
All right, yeah, that's my cue, isn't it? Yeah. Right, yeah, so you can enter today's competition by WhatsApp in the studio or phoning 01397 706 100. You can email me at studio@nevisradio.co.uk, or you can get us direct on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official. If you do want to see what's going on, you can do that by checking out youtube.com. Just look for Nevis Radio Official. Just type in Nevis Radio if you want, and it's our live feed up for today. And if you want to listen back to anything, you can check out our Mixcloud at Nevis Radio Official too. All those links are posted on our Facebook page as well, should you wish to get them all from one place and just give it a wee like and a share. And it's all very much appreciated.
Exactly. Well, I'm giving people a shout out. The boys and girls at Gallery in the Fort, we've got some merchandise in there. We've got mugs, key rings, coasters and tote bags. Go and see what they got. We've got some bits and pieces on the table here. Very nicely done for us. and they're going to give us a big chunky part of that profit they're going to get from it as well. So every penny counts for us here at Nevis Radio, and it's great to have them doing that for us. So that's them in there.
Indeed. Talking about other things, there's still quite a bit of discussion on the YouTube live chat regarding Gary Mack's exclusion. People say it needs to be looked at, reviewed, and is this going to be like one of these main talking points from this year's trials, John?
Well, there is always talking points at the Scottish 6 Days Trial. There's talking points at any major motorsport event, be it car racing, truck racing, lawnmower racing or whatever. Bottom line is, it's all governed by the rules of the ACU/SACU, which governs the sport. There's
what does initial stand for? I know you probably said it earlier.
ACU stands for Auto Cycle Union.
Okay.
And somebody once asked me, in fact it was a rector at the school, said, what is an autocycle? And of course I just always looked upon it as motorcycling, but an autocycle was basically a bicycle with an engine put in it. Yeah. And the Auto Cycle Union was formed in, I think it was 1911 or thereabouts. The Scottish Auto Cycle Union, which was an offshoot of that, was formed in 1913, and that sets the rules for this trial. So the SACU grant the permit for the Scottish 6 days, and always has done because it's on Scottish turf, but the ACU over commands that because of the fact that there is the international aspect of it, and it used to be a recognised international motorsport event under the FIM. That changed slightly a few years ago. Because it dropped its international status to make it a little bit easier to enter. As far as controversy is concerned, yeah, it's social media nowadays in this modern world we have, and everybody's entitled to express opinions, but the bottom line is it's down to the organisers to decree if a rider is excluded or not, because obviously if a rider has broken the rules of the ACU/SACU or under the supplementary regulations, the regulations of the Scottish 6 Days Trial, that is the rule book for the event, if you like. And if it states in the rule book that you're not allowed to ride in the reverse order of the course, and a rider will face exclusion, then that's what the organisers are sticking to. Yeah. What people think and how that transgresses is neither here nor there. It's nice to talk about things, but I don't see them changing the rules anytime soon. Gary made a mistake. He spotted a marker flag up on the hill, and as I said earlier in the week, what riders tend to do is they look into the distance. They don't look down at the front wheel, they look further ahead, and when it comes to the flags, the riders are always looking up. They don't look down, they look up for the flags, and they see a flag and they tend to make for that flag. That's how they ride on the intermediate going. And what he did was, I think is the way it happened, was he spotted a flag going towards up the top of the hill. He made straight for it, where I think, from what I remember, I was told there was a section down to the left on its own. It was part of a group, but it wasn't like 3 sections all together. I think it was 2 and 1. And when he got to the next check, he realised he'd overhauled a rider that he didn't think should be behind him. He thought he shouldn't be in front of this rider. Checked with the rider, and then he discovered that he'd missed a section. So what he did, and this has happened before, this is not a new thing, riders have gone back down a track to get a section, but of course you're then riding in the opposite direction of the route, and that can cause its own problems with, coming across riders coming the other way, especially on open track land. It's different in the forest. There's a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit in the forest. Yeah. But having said that, opposite direction, and I don't know now whether these bikes are tracked fully with the transponders that are on them. I'm not quite sure how it's working, but they can check to see which direction you're going, and he did actually put on a fair bit of mileage going across the moor to catch that section. He rode the section clean and then moved back onto the route as it was in the right direction, caught up time, and he was docked 18 marks in time. What else could he do? He could have taken a hit on perhaps 50 marks penalty for missing a section and just carried on and ignored it. But Gary being Gary, not wanting 50 marks added, which would put him out the reckoning, he went back and did it. I'm not saying that that's unique. I think that's happened in the past, but obviously the organisers frown upon it because then they've got two-way traffic where they don't expect it. So there's obviously a safety issue to consider as well. So yeah, I'm not surprised that there'll probably be a lot of chat on Facebook and Instagram or whatever other social medias are available. Quite interesting to read some of them when I go back, but whether it makes any difference or not is yet to be seen.
Yeah.
Probably not, I would say.
I mean, I think he was more upset at the fact he had done that section clean when he was saying to
absolutely.
us.
I mean,
he said, "Well, really clean. It was a really good section. I cleaned it."
Yeah, Gary's a competitor, and Gary doesn't ride to come last. He comes here to try and win it. Even although he's not riding so many trials nowadays, he's still a very, very competitive person, and that's basically it. And Gary is, whilst he's riding for leisure purposes and enjoyment, he still wants to win.
Yeah.
And he's still capable of winning, I suppose. That's the way it is. So hopefully maybe next year he'll have another crack at it.
I'll tell you what, you thought we got troubles.
Yeah, there's a lot of awnings at the moment. What do they call these things? Are they called
Gazebos.
awnings? Sorry?
Gazebos.
Gazebos. A lot of gazebos coming under a lot of pressure at the moment because the wind has gone up considerably here. So it's a nice day, but it's very windy.
Yeah, no, it's
and the loch's getting a bit more sort of, not a swell on it, but certainly some white horses are beginning to appear. So, yeah, the weather is going a little bit against us, but it's still ideal motorcycling weather.
Yeah, I've just eaten a load of dust, which I wasn't too keen about. No, so I can get you. Look, there you go. See, that's you on video now. Look at that. I know you're a bit shy. But,
I'm a shy
yeah,
person.
uh,
so this is what's happening down here. And if you're interested in how all this does work and what we're doing, as Si said earlier, you may have missed it, but you put a wee video up, haven't you, Si?
Yeah, so obviously if you go to our Nevis Radio YouTube page, Nevis Radio Official, I'll put up a wee behind the scenes, a wee 5-minute trip sort of behind the camera to see what goes on, how it all works, what goes on here at the studio, that kind of thing. Although, to be fair, I did miss a couple of sponsors out, so a big apology to those from Comms West and also for the Hire Centre, because I kind of forgot to mention them in that video, so sorry.
Oh dear, you have to do another one now.
And yeah, I've already been told that, so you need to change that.
We do really appreciate all our sponsors, as I say, each and every one equally, whatever they're putting in, because without them and their support, not just financially, but it's more the facilities, it makes a big difference to us here, and as I say, every bit is appreciated. And as I say, our advertisers too, because obviously they're still on air while we're doing this, and they're contributing to letting us at Nevis Radio broadcast 24 hours a day, keeping you entertained and informed.
That's it. It's a big jigsaw.
Away very shortly.
Big jigsaw. Shall we do about a break and then catch up?
Yep, I think that works. We've got that tune. You're still going to use that tune I asked for earlier?
Oh, the Who's Yours. I'll be honest, I don't think we've got time for it, unless you want me to run straight to the news.
Why don't you do that? Because we've got to move a few things. The stuff's getting blown around here, so we're going to have a bit of a sort out.
Okay.
If that works for you.
I can make it work, yeah.
And then we'll come back and get into the final hour and try and get maybe a chat with a couple of people if we can.
Okay, cool. Back after 10.
Time has come to
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth the breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Visit a Scottish region full of wonder, from stunning mountainous landscapes to deserted sandy beaches, relaxing woodland trails to heart-racing adventure. From historic treasures to the simplest of pleasures, the view from the top, the cleanest air, hidden places and wide open spaces, unearth a breathtaking world right here in Lochaber.
You will never be stuck for things to do and places to see throughout Lochaber. Experience the abundance of history, immerse yourself in a movie scene, walk within our great outdoors and see our wildlife running free. Rain or shine, there is always something to do. Get out and enjoy all the incredible things we have to offer right here in Lochaber.
Of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 4, just gone 2 minutes past 10 into the final hour we are going. Nevis Radio, your exclusive radio station at the Scottish 6 Days Trial. It's great to be here. And, yeah, that wind is causing a lot of issues through Parc Ferme, but people are sort of battering, what's the word where you're batting things down? Batting it down, that's it.
Are we surviving?
I think so. We may need to have discussions, but we are well surviving at the moment.
Okay.
At the moment, I think it's too much collateral damage, but we're just getting bombarded with everybody else's stuff. And there's a big, the one next to us. That's got no guy ropes, and they're losing stuff inside at the moment. They're trying to take the sides off of it. But they've got bracing straps, and they are struggling in there. So,
well, as long as our stuff's okay, because I can't afford new stuff. I just got new stuff.
It's insured.
We'll
take as much precaution as we can. So we now got tripods weighted down with flight cases trying to do that, which seems to be working. It is what it is. But I say the signal may drop in and out because where our aerial is fixed up on this big mast, it's going round and round and swings back again. But I think it's okay. And thank goodness the Comms West aerial, that's still staying up there as well.
Solid as you like.
Well, that's waving a good... I'll tell you what, it must be moving 10 inches each way sometimes. The wind just catches it and the pole bends.
Okay.
You'd be surprised how much that's actually moving.
No, you got to remember, I've been up the hills. I see these things moving.
Yeah. So we are into, day 4. Every day's a challenge. I wasn't expecting this today because I thought it was going to be a nice day. Weather looked nice, bit of sun coming out later, and all of a sudden, whoosh, it comes through. But I've taken a bit of video. Oh my goodness, I'm just looking inside their tent now. You thought we had troubles. That's quite nice though. But you see what goes on. I'm seeing the skeleton of the tent. They've got nice LED lighting in there as well.
See, I thought about that. We do have lighting for our tent.
Yeah, probably a good job he hasn't got it right now.
Yeah.
And probably a good job, as you say, we haven't got the sides on, because I think that's what is causing more issue than anything else.
Well, it does kind of turn things into a sale. I mean, I know when we set up, we were speaking to some of the organisers there. It's like, don't be hanging banners on the big things because it turns them into a windsock. It's like, yep, we won't be doing that.
Well, that's what's happened down the middle of Parc Ferme. People have got their banners, and it's just the whole lot. It's just like the domino effect. One started, two go, and then the whole line's gone now.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, there's a lot of disassembly going on here. We had a chat the other day about what sort of time we've got. Are we okay for time?
We've finally got.
Oh yeah, I wasn't listening there. About land use, and obviously there's new legislation coming out about land use in Scotland, which is quite a major thing from Scottish Government. And there was a lot of talk yesterday about where you can actually go with trials bikes to ride them. Now, obviously, the main thing, as we've said before, is that you're not allowed to use ground without permission. Now, obviously, this trial covers an awful lot of areas, hectares out there in Lochaber, and all the ground that's being used this week has got permission by the landowner, and in some cases permission by the government agency Nature Scot, based in Inverness, who give permission for the trial to traverse areas that are close to or on even triple SIs. And that was, triple SIs are not a new thing. They were actually brought out in 1948, and they've been managed by successive government agencies over that period. Now, when it comes to land use, the Scottish 6 Days, as I say, have used quite a lot of different packages of land here with different owners, different occupiers, different leases, etc. It's quite complicated. And the situation, as John Hume was talking about, is there are places to go, such as Bob McGregor Trials Academy, but that's absolutely useless if you live in Fort William, because it's a long, long way to go down to Ayrshire to make use of such a facility, which is excellent. The way it stands is that it is an illegal act to take a motorised vehicle or a vehicle off the public highway more than so many metres. There's actually legislation that covers that. And the main thing about it is that you can make use of these areas of ground if you have express permission of the landowner. But the technical part comes into play with insurance, and that is critical, because obviously there's lots of people now make use of land in Scotland under the right to roam. You can walk anywhere you like, it's not forbidden, but you can't take vehicles over perhaps the same bits of ground that you can walk over. And that's where the challenge comes in, because if you ride a motorcycle off-road, even with landowners' permission, if you were to collide with a hill walker, for example, that in itself causes insurance problems, and that's where it all comes in. It's not illegal to go off-road if you have landowners' permission. Wherever you are in Scotland, that's the way it works. And I think yesterday John Hume had actually said that you're not allowed to go anywhere. You shouldn't be riding in these places. No, you shouldn't be riding illegally is actually the correct terminology of it. And it's really all down at the end of the day to what insurance cover do you have. We use an area of ground up in Inverness, Alvey Estate. They don't allow practising whatsoever. They will only allow motorcycles on their ground when it's an approved, permitted motorcycle event, and that's how the whole system works legally and under the Road Traffic Act. So it's just to make it a little bit clearer, because one or two people have said, well, why can't you do it? If I get permission from the landowner, surely I can ride my bike there. And the answer to that is yes, you could, but remember, you might have to invest in taking out private insurance that covers that landowner, because the landowner might not be too happy if a hill walker was to sue him for allowing you to ride your motorcycle on his piece of ground. Very technical,
It's not
isn't
really
it?
that complicated, though, when you look at it. Don't ride if you're not meant to be there, really, but make sure you've got permission.
Oh yeah,
to ride it.
that's definitely
Yeah,
right.
it's
I mean,
really-
if you've not
pretty
got
black and white,
permission,
really.
if you've not got permission to be there, they shouldn't be there. I mean, this car park, for example, the permission is granted by the Highland Council for the SSDT committee under the auspices of the Edinburgh District Motor Club to actually be here, and there's a stopping up order for this car park for the week that is actually put through the Highland Council. So the stopping up order has been put through for this particular facility.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's, 9 minutes past 10 o'clock on this Thursday. I suppose we ought to do the weather.
Yes, we can.
And then maybe a tune for John.
A tune for John?
A tune for John.
John Moffat, you mean?
Well, I'll do a tune for myself. No, a tune for John Moffat.
Okay. Oh, but say one.
Oh, my God.
That means you've got to pick one, John.
Right, John, how many years have we been doing this together?
Yeah, quite a number now.
I reckon I've been with you probably 15 years, you reckon?
Oh, let's see now. Hey, I know it's on the system. You listening, Mr. Aberley?
I'm always listening.
Yeah, okay, good.
Ever the professional.
That's fine. The artist is Leon, Leon, and the tune is You and I.
You like this, don't you?
I do.
I'm looking.
Leon. I think it's E
Leon,
with
yeah.
a thing on top of it, umlaut or whatever you call it.
I don't think we have that.
Yeah, we do.
Yes,
Do
you
we?
do.
Yeah, we do.
Oh,
Leon.
Leon.
You.
But I think you might have an apostrophe, so you might have to put you and I into it or something like that. It's so funny, it's ones with a thing, the
thing above
accent
the E. Yeah.
above it.
Is it just Leon? We don't have anyone just Leon.
She's a female artist.
Yeah, we played it
definitely.
before.
Played it heaps of times, I think.
No, like we seriously don't have anyone on the system just with the name of artist of Leon.
Yeah, but I think it's got an accent across the E. So if you're searching for Leon, you won't search for it.
Oh, right, okay.
So if you go alphabetically come through, you should find it that way. Or put the song's called
You and I.
You and I. There's loads of songs called that where it's not an easy one to find.
You and for
Basically, you're being awkward. That's the short of it.
Well, it's put on the spot,
Well,
wasn't it?
see, that's your job as a radio presenter to
Yeah,
deal with
see,
this.
yeah.
You don't
Yeah, that means I've got to pay attention and know my tongues. Right, okay, I see.
Yeah, you see?
I see. Right, we're doing weather first then.
You tell me. Take control of me. Yeah, do the weather.
Let's do the weather, and then we'll play some Leon with an apostrophe over the E.
Soldier.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
It does. John Moffat. It's going to be a dry day with good bright and sunny spells appearing. The best of these are going to be in the west. It's going to be quite blustery. I'm going to put that in there as well. Afternoon high is going to be respectable at 16 degrees centigrade, 61 Fahrenheit. And tonight staying pretty dry. Good late sunshine, then clear spells. A bit cloudy across the far northeast, and also increasing chances of showers spreading to the south towards dawn. Your minimum overnight low 3 degrees centigrade, 37 Fahrenheit. And a quick look on Friday. Showers mainly focused in the east. Higher temperatures, the best sunny spells across the west. Maximum high tomorrow get up to 17 degrees centigrade, 63 Fahrenheit.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio.
tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Our mountains, glens and waterways are some of the best in Scotland, if not the world. Breathtaking views and awe-inspiring landscape, adventures for us all. Come and explore our water and mountains. It will make you feel alive.
You woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Hold back, think about it, so maybe you can do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
business in the outdoor capital of the UK.
This is day 4 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
We're having on-site technical meetings about how we can make things a bit more sturdy down here, aren't we?
Yeah, it's just the fact that the winds got up this morning, which wasn't really expected, and it's very, very strong winds as well. It just sort of kicked off earlier this morning, and it's certainly affected a lot of the awnings that are being that are deployed here in the paddock area of the West End car park.
Paddock now?
Well, that's the paddock out there, and the Parc Ferme is in here.
Who came up with these names? They're French, obviously.
Yeah, I think they are French derived. Paddock, I don't know. I suppose it goes back to horse racing, doesn't it, the paddock?
Does it? I don't know.
Yeah, all motorcycle events have a paddock as such. I mean, that's where obviously people park up and prepare their vehicles, etc.
All motorsport has a paddock.
That's right. That's right. Somebody actually told me I was wrong, and I said, no, I think if you look at the rule books, you'll all see paddock mentioned in it. And I mean, there's restrictions in paddocks. They don't allow vehicles to move around, well, competitive vehicles to move around, or if they are moved around, they're moved around at walking pace nowadays just for safety, because there are a lot of people move around in paddocks, as you know.
I don't know if you're listening, but apparently there's no wind up the hill, there's no wind at the studio, it's just down here.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? I mean, the flags are fluttering like crazy. Fluttering about, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it's a very strange, just a gust coming through here, which, it's not on the weather, it's not there, it's just
dogs are getting blown inside out and everything.
Final reminder of today's competition, we'll be closing the line in about 10 minutes' time. Do you want to do it, Mr. Moffat, what we can win? And
yeah, for the Nevis Radio Brolly and some goodies, how many...
Pico
yes, right, for a Pico fracture, is it? No, it's not a Pico now, it's a Nevis Radio Brolly, isn't it?
No, but a Pico, but we're going to put some other stuff in from their stuff.
Oh, yes, there's some additional stuff. Yeah, sorry, right, yeah. How many riders started the 2023 Scottish 6 Days trial on Monday? Is it A, 250, B, 288, or C, 300? Simon, how many applications have we got for that?
Well, that means I've got a count. Yeah, give us a minute.
All right.
There must be more than 5 then, because I know he's struggling.
More than one hand, yeah.
See.
We're up to 26.
That's not bad.
Wow. And when are we closing this?
In about 10 minutes' time.
Oh, around about
10:30. 10:30.
Yeah.
Then we're just going to find somebody to pick a number. I have to work on that one. Most people are just trying to hang on to their stuff and not lose it. Anybody want to speak to? We've got, 43, 45, 48, 47 of those people, you know?
Yeah. I'll go over, get the camera on, because he'll not be able to come over because his time's coming up. We have rider number 48, Nigel Burkett, riding the 50th Scottish 6 Days trial. Quite a record. Importer of the Scorpion machines for the UK, Nigel Burkett. Nigel, 50 attempts. You must be getting sick of this trial, surely?
Yeah, I still don't know my way around it.
So you first started way back in 1971 on a 118 Suzuki. Where did you get that bike from?
Well, as we talked, we built it in the workshop of Crook Suzuki. It was just a load of bits, and I'd seen them, and I saw a frame, and I saw an engine, and so we finally cajoled the bits together and made a bike out of it, yeah.
You rode it up here in Scotland when it used to start from Edinburgh?
Aye, a proper trudge, yeah. Yeah, good ride out.
Any particular event of the Scottish, any year that stands out more than any other?
Well, I always recall Malk getting me done on me, not Malk's fault really, that's Malcolm Rattle, coming in here, and we had problems with the fuel tank, so the fuel tank had been leaking. And I'll tell the story now openly, so I thought the only way to get around this is to drain the fuel up on here, out, course down to the bottom, and then put it on. But somehow, some bugger targeted us. So anyway, Mark got the better bonus than I did that year. So I always feel third. I was third, which should have been second, But hey, nearest I got to it anyway, that one.
Well, you're on the podium. That's the main thing.
Aye. That was it. Aye, yeah.
Before they invented podiums, of course.
Aye, there was no podium then.
So you're looking forward to riding round today, Thursday, day 4 of the Scottish 6 Days?
Aye, what we would call the road race day. So it'll be fairly steady weight, just a bit worried about queues because a lot of sections coming in together and pipers. Before that, Dyer Dam and the one across the road, and then got WD, so let's hope it's not too much queuing and we can keep rolling,
And you're coming back to Scotland next month again. You're coming up to our trial at Alvey Estate to be guest of honour and riding possibly a Suzuki.
Yeah, it'd be my Suzuki. It's the engine I had in my bike from 1975, so it's that engine. I have the bike at home. from the factory. So yeah, hope to be riding that and having a good weekend.
Brilliant. So anyway, good luck for the rest of the week, Nigel Burkett.
Cheers, John. Take care.
That's Nigel Burkett, importer of the Scorpa machines that are being ridden here this week at this 2023 Scottish 6 Days trial.
What's the most any competitors ridden here? I mean, Nigel's done 50 now. He's doing 50s.
You know, there was a guy called Bob Griffiths from Wales, MCC of Wales. He did quite a number. I don't know if he managed 50 or not. I'm not quite sure. It's one of these situations that unless you actually went through all the programs, you wouldn't actually be able to tell.
And you've got all the programs, haven't you?
From 1947 I have, and I've got a couple pre-war as well that I managed to find. I think the Scottish 6 Days are probably the only place that's got more than me, because they've got a few more pre-war ones, but not the whole set. And I'm not quite sure, I don't even think they know when the first programmes were actually produced for the trial, because when it first started, it wasn't run by the Edinburgh District Club. It was a 5-day trial in 1909, and it progressed to wanting an extra day put into it, and it became the Scottish 6 Days trial. It was originally known as the Scottish Trial.
Okay.
The Scottish 6 Days came into it a little bit later, and even to this day, the pre-65 is known as the pre-65 Scottish Trial. Not necessarily the pre-65 Scottish 2-day trial, because it started off as the pre-65 trial for, to run along with the Scottish 6 Days week. So yeah, Scottish trial. There's some old programmes out there somewhere. It's just a case of getting your hands on them. Very interesting, and as I say, it's really from that you take a lot of the information, but of course it can all change, because as we've already seen, there's replacement riders in this week. When you look at the actual list of riders, it's changed slightly because people have unfortunately had to drop out, and other riders been on a reserve list have taken over the ride.
Now, when it originally came to Fulham, it wasn't held at this car park, it was Ann Head, was it? It started in that area?
No, it started here before I aired it. I think it was, well, actually, before the car park situation got up, it was the SSDT garage along at the old McRae and Dick garage, which is where the Black Isle Brewery is now.
Back there now,
I think, which originally was an old church, I think.
Yes, I believe it was.
And the actually into the right of that building was a garage area that was owned by the automotive dealers McRae and Dick, and there was also one across the road which was McBrain's. There was an area, I think it became the Whiskey.
It's
changed.
next to another church, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's now a block of flats,
Yeah.
I think. So that's where so it was actually garaged. All the bikes were undercover. And then eventually they moved out here to the West End, and then one year they were doing, I can't remember what building works were going on, but they couldn't use it for some reason, and they were shipped out to the east side, which is Ann Aird.
Okay, that's what I got. So I'm sure I've seen pictures of it.
Yeah, there's
there.
pictures of Ann Aird in the early 90s, and they started from there. It was a bit different. I think that was just a temporary situation, because Highland Council couldn't give the use of the car park for some reason, and they moved it to Ann Aird, and then they swiftly moved it back here. But certainly the year I rode was 1977, and they started from this car park here, admittedly further along near where the KTM people are this year with John Lee motorcycles. They had a caravan. Shell Sport donated a caravan to the club for use, and that's where they started from back then. But previous to that year, 1976 was the last year that the trial started and finished in Edinburgh, and it was actually the gathering of the clans in Edinburgh that forced the committee to move the whole trial up here, and it was only supposed to be temporarily for that 1 year, but it was such a success, and it saved a lot of activity and moving luggage around, they decided long term to actually base the trial completely in Fort William, and it didn't affect the routes at all. It was merely the sort of start and finish where they were riding up from Edinburgh and down to Edinburgh, to start and finish the trial.
I mean, there must be some people who said, "Oh, we should keep it in Edinburgh. That's where we should start from." There's always that.
Yeah.
And I imagine that group of people.
Yeah, there's
probably
people
wee
now
little bit
that
of a
say
battle.
that they wish to go back to it, but
Yeah.
quite honestly, riding up from Edinburgh on a modern trials bike would not daunting, but just a bit of a nuisance,
a long
really.
way.
Because it was a long, long way. In fact, there was a German rider called Felix Kranstover. He rode for Monteza and then latterly KTM when they were developing a trials bike in the mid-70s. He said it's the only motorcycle trial that he knew in the world that actually used a motorway. And it did. It was the M90 or whatever you call it. And obviously before that, before the motorway was built, they used to use A-class roads. But there was a lot of road work on the Monday and a lot of road work on the Saturday. And in fact, on the Saturday on the way home, they used to take in the Tyndrum sections where there's now a gold mine.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a different kettle of fish now, but I don't honestly see it going back to that, quite honestly. I don't think I'd want to see it going back to that. But 66 was the year that they started in Edinburgh and finished in Fort William, and it was won by Sid Lampkin on the C15 BSA, and the reason for that being finished in Fort William was also the gathering of the clans. It must be a 10-yearly thing. I haven't heard much of it since then. It's not really come up on my radar at all, but that's exactly why in 1977 the trial was brought here, and then it became permanently based in Fort William, headquartered at what was called the Milton Hotel, now Ben Nevis. But now we've got a centre down here in the Parc Ferme.
It's a bit more progression. Things changed. It's quite good.
Yeah.
They look at other ways of doing it, and so we're quite grateful for this cabin behind us. We sort of moaned about it on Monday, because we used to get quite a good view of the riders leaving, but right now today it's given us a lot of protection.
It has. It's a double-edged sword. We'd like to see more of the riders from the radio point of view to try and catch people, but from the squall situation that we've just had, it's actually been a godsend having been located right behind the Secretary's steel boxed office.
Well, I'm just going to ask Chris to think of a tune you might like to hear, but before that, the magazine, the 6 Days Trial, we sort of touched on that. Am I right, the proceeds of that go to charity?
I think they still do. It goes to, first of all, the Edinburgh and District Motor Club Limited Community Fund, which was set up some years ago, around about 10 years ago, to collect some money in a fund and then distribute that to local not local businesses, but local organisations. Not necessarily charities, but good causes.
Okay, yeah.
I think you would probably describe it, because some are charities, and it's very couched in legal terms now what a charity is. You've got to be very, very specific with charity. That's why when you're raising money for charities, you've got to be very careful. So these good causes locally is to try and generate something from the club, from the Scottish 6 Days Trial, for the benefit of the local community here in Lochaber, which is a good thing. They do the same down in Richmond with the Scott Trial. They have a batch of organisations that they raise money with a programme, raise money at they did have a charity auction at the end of the day as well, and that money is all collected, and then they get a cut of it, and it helps the local community.
No, on behalf of Nevis Radio, I'd like to thank whoever put that together, because they've actually mentioned us in there and done a little bit about us, which is quite nice.
Yeah, that's right. I noticed that as well, that they covered Nevis Radio, because we are the only broadcast company located here that goes out to the world, basically.
Live. 4 hours a day.
And
you
you
can always
can
catch up
look
on
at
us.
it later. Yeah.
Catch up on us all the usual platforms, and say YouTube and Mixcloud are the two main ones we use.
So the competition is now officially closed.
Yep, that's it. Competition is closed. What I do is maybe play a tune, catch up with some ads, catch up with some messages, look at the results from yesterday, and that's what's going to take us up to 11 o'clock this morning. So, Mr. Chris Millard in the Thistle Access trailer, what tune have you thought of?
Well, I always love being put on the spot like this, but I think we'll go with some Dua Lipa. How about We're Good?
We can do that. And just so you know, I've got 28 entries, so you
28? I'll write that on my bit of paper.
You can go from there.
Right, very good. Well, John will go and find somebody to pull a winner, and then we'll announce that very, very shortly.
Sounds like a plan.
On some really rough terrain, and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal, really.
Our mountains, glens and waterways are some of the best in Scotland, if not the world. Breathtaking views and awe-inspiring landscape, adventures for us all. Come and explore our water and mountains. It will make you feel alive.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so maybe you do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.
Commerce, working for business in the outdoor capital of the UK.
This is day 4 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 4, the wind has died down very slightly, which is actually really nice. Great to be there. I'm John Weller with John Moffat. We're the ones on your screens. We've got David doing the camera work. We've got Chris in the wagon doing technical stuff. Simon back at the studio doing, well, just play music.
Pressing buttons.
Yes, on that.
Got a few hellos to say. Firstly, hello to my sister, Catherine, listening down in good old Sussex, and her wife, Jane, who's celebrating her big 60th. So very hello and happy birthday to you. Also, a gentleman here, Rene Obstals.
Yeah, Rene Obstals, he's from Holland. Former competitor at the Scottish 6 Days Trial. Very good rider and very good photographer.
Oh,
Rene
yes.
Obstals, yeah.
Very good. Wendy Harrison, we've done that one. Would you say good luck to Yeadon, Gisley riders, and Carlos Casas? Is that right?
Carlos Casas, yes,
yeah.
the ambassador for Spain and Catalunya for the Scottish 6 Days. One of the riders, non-Scots riders, to be given the honour of #1 a couple of years ago to celebrate the amount of times he'd ridden in the Scottish 6 Days. Brought a lot of Spanish riders over here to ride.
So today's competition, which was to win a Nevis Radio umbrella and some Pico bits and pieces, merchandise and souvenir bits, pens, stickers and whatever you can find in the box. We'll put a little collection together. We asked you how many riders started the 2023 Scottish 6 Days Trial on Monday, as according to the magazine.
The programme, yeah. The answer is...
You could have had 250, 288 or 300, and it was...
288. So if you got that right, you were in the prize draw there. So
28 winners.
28 winners.
You went round the corner.
I went round the corner and I spoke to Richard Milky Midgley, who's well known here. He's also well known to people in Jitsi because he works for them. And Richard picked number
22. Quack quack.
22.
Counting. I thought I'd start about drama for the crack. Right, I got Tracy back, who's got us on the old WhatsApp for that one.
Oh, Tracy back. That name rings a bell.
She won a competition on Thursday. She got an umbrella. She got some pens and stuff from Pico.
Tracy
really well.
Back. Is she not related to the McDonald's of Fort William? Is she not a McDonald? I'm always certain. Is she not Ginty McDonald's daughter or something?
You're saying that like we personally know the woman.
John,
I haven't a clue.
I think she could be.
Dear.
I think she could be. Tracy Back. Certainly the name rings a bell. So I'll find out later on because I'm sure the McDonald's are still around. Andy McDonald's still riding the trial, so we'll make some inquiries there. So well done, Tracy.
What we're going to do now is have a look at the results from yesterday. We can do that.
Results from yesterday. And just before I do that, I'd just like to put a little shout out of my own, which is to the Salvation Army at Kinlochleven, who put on some nice teas, coffees, buns, filled rolls yesterday at Kinlochleven for the riders, sorry, for the spectators. Unfortunately, there wasn't so many went there because obviously lower Memore sections were scrubbed, but certainly the Salvation Army in Kinlochleven, thank you very much indeed for putting on some purvey for everybody, and also I believe you put on purvey for the pre-65 Scottish as well. So well done to the ladies and team at the Salvation Army in Kinlochleven.
Home bakes, I do like home bakes.
Home bacon,
oh
yeah,
my goodness.
yeah, and I actually had a nice bacon roll there. I didn't have one here in the morning, but I had one at lunchtime. So thank you very much indeed. Sorry there wasn't so many people turned up as you maybe expected because the section was scrubbed, but there's always next year, and we'll let you know if the Scottish 6 Days Trial's coming round your way.
Guarantee
So what was it I had to do next? Was it the route?
No.
It was it the other one, which is the other one, which is the results of the Wednesday, day 3 of the Scottish 6 Days Trial. Obviously, we're now on to day 4, 4th of May, but yesterday, Wednesday, the leader maintained is Dougie Lampkin on the Vertigo. He's only dropped 2 marks so far, followed by second place man Jack Peace on 3 marks lost, so it's pretty close. There's only one separating each of the top 3 at the moment. In third place is Billy Green on 4 marks lost, followed by Jack's brother Dan Peace in 4th position on 6. Equaling the 5th position rider Michael Brown on the gas, also on 6. Tom Minter is in 6th position on 9. Jack Challoner, 7th position on 10. Harry Hemingway in his first Scottish doing awfully well there, up in the top 10, in 8th position on 11 marks lost. Top Scot Jamie Galloway from Dunfermline in 9th position on 11, and Franz Cadillac in 10th position also on 11 marks. Next Scottish rider down is Joe Dawson, former Scottish Trials champion, and 20 marks lost. Duncan McCall, very good Scottish rider, and 26 marks lost in 24th position. Best female rider this year is Emma Bristow, multiple World Trials champion, on 38 marks lost on position 37. And newcomer Alfie Lampkin there on 42nd position, also on 42 marks. And if I can maybe get into the rest of this, can I? There you are. Hold on. I can can never do this effectively with the sheets of papers, turning them over. Yeah. Best of the Scottish riders. In position 1 at the moment is Jamie Galloway on 11 marks. Joe Dawson's second on 20. Duncan McCall's third on 26. Andrew Anderson in 4th position in 37. Malcolm Summers is 5th on 50. Callum Murphy's in 6th position on 63. Lewis Byron 7th position on 81. Stuart Max in 8th position on 83. Matthew Weir in 9th position on 90, and Robbie Weir in 10th position on 92. That's of the Scottish riders. The guys I'm following round are 12th and 13th. That is Daniel Lamont in 12th position on 100, and Stephen Moffat in 13th position on 109 of the Scots. Local riders, well, Kevin Dignan's in 15th position there, an old hardy annual of the Scottish, and his brother's now clerk of the course this year. He's on 126 marks. Let's see who else. Vince McIntosh from Bunree, he's on 19th position on 154. Tyler Murphy from Kinlochleven in 20th position in the Scots on 155. Alan McMaster, Fort William Lad, 22nd position on 160. Jamie McIntyre's in there as well, as is Andrew MacDonald. Andrew MacDonald's 23rd on 160, and Jamie McIntyre's on 164. So there you are, there's some local riders for you. Bocky McNiven, yeah, he's back in the trial again. 35th position on 203. I see you got 2 double 10 marks there. He must have not attempted a section or something there, so a little bit extra penalty for Bocky. There we are, scores in the doors. 2023, third day, all still to play for. Thursday is quite a definitive day. That's when people start upping their game. If there's any challengers for Dougie Lampkin, come forward now. As I said at the beginning of the week, I was asked who did I think would win the trial, and I said, well, first thing to say is never rule out Dougie Lampkin, because he knows this trial very well. He knows what's required, knows how to plan it, and usually does the business by winning it.
Yeah, there you go. Just had to go and tweak our little area at the back there, so sorted out. What, we've got quarter of an hour.
Quarter of an hour.
This has flown by today. Got very hectic at one point. I know it's been a bit of a challenge with the old wind, but that has subsided a bit now. It's a bit calmer.
Very much a busy day.
Oh,
a busy day.
Many people to talk to. Have we got anybody to talk to tomorrow? Got anything planned?
I haven't got anything planned. I'll have to put a wee thought on that. I think Gavin Thornton wanted to put the record straight with the interview of Andy Cripps.
Oh, yes.
He's being coached at the moment just to keep it right and proper. And he's going to tell a little story, so he said he'll have a bit more time tomorrow, so he'll probably come along and speak to us. It was good today. We had James Dable, former British Trials champion and 3 times winner of the Scottish 6 Days, who's, let's say, semi-retired. He had planned to ride the trial this year, but unfortunately suffered an accident, and he was ruled out of the trial earlier on. But he would have actually been riding the event this year, which is a pity, because James can put in some really good performances up here, and he's always very relaxed and on top of things. So it was good to see James in. He's out having a look round with his family and his mum and dad, who have supported him right through his career, from a youth competitor right up to British Championship and world standards. So it's nice to see him come in.
Okay. I've got a quick one here, at the time critical, I think. Number 70, not far away from the start. You able to say good luck to him and ask him how his dad is, from Joan?
Yeah, they must be very, very close.
Yeah, I don't see him here. There is 73s working on his bike, so he could be in. I'm not sure who it is, though. I don't see a rider. I'm not actually sure of his name. He didn't say his name.
I don't have a name. I've got number 70.
All right, number 70. Hopefully it's not
the best
a
book to try and
replacement.
look through to get that information, is it?
No.
Hey? Yeah, it's just about to leave whoever he is.
Okay, maybe a bit late. Sorry, John.
The starting gate already, I
Possibly
understand.
a bit late for that one.
So, yeah. But we're looking it up.
Well,
Jack Austin.
Jack Austin, yeah. Yeah, he's just about to leave. It's Jack Austin. His father, Dave Austin, was a regular official observer at the Scottish 6 Days trial. along with his mates Fred Savage, etc. So Dave's been through the wars. He's had some operations recently, so it hasn't been too well. So Jack's still riding, enjoying the trial. Jack does also do a bit of motocross as well, and he works for a big car and motorcycle dealers in the south of England.
There you go. See, that man knows them all, Mr. John Moffat, the guru.
Try my best. It's great, isn't it?
Wherever you've been listening today, thank you very much for joining us here on Never Radio. It's always great to have your company. Thanks for your input as well. And before we sort of run out of time, I just want to thank the team. Mr. Moffat, thank you very much for today.
No problem.
I say, route tomorrow very, very quickly. Is it an exciting one?
Don't know. I'm not very sure of tomorrow's route because everything's changed.
All right.
I'd have to look it up in the book. I haven't got it. I only take one day at a time in this thing here so it doesn't get destroyed by any rain, which we fortunately haven't had too much of this year at all, which is good.
Big thanks to David, who's came in and done some camera operating for us. Thank you very much, David. Chris in the Thistle Access technical wagon, thank you very much for coming in last minute. You weren't expecting to be doing that today.
You've been very well.
Oh, turn your microphone down or headphone down.
Very welcome, thank you.
No, it's been great. Thank you very much. You've done a sterling job and appreciate that. Si back in the studio as always. So I know you just push buttons and make a bit of noise coming out some speakers, but it's just nice having you there anyway.
Well, you know, someone's got to sit about doing nothing.
And if you do get a chance, catch up on the video Si posted, I think it was last night, was it early this morning, of how this all sort of works.
It was late last night. I did a bit of editing and stuff last night, so I thought I'd try and catch up on all the bits that I've not had the chance to do this week due to fixing other things.
Yeah.
So yeah, go check out youtube.com/Nevis Radio Official. Just go look up our channel on there. You can see all the videos from the whole week on there. They are there for you to watch at your own leisure after they've gone live. And I did a bit of a behind the scenes as well.
Yeah, it gives you a bit of a taste. It doesn't really sort of tell the full story of what, you know, the paddling swan under the water, calm on top, but panicking underneath. But it gives you an idea of the amount of gear and what these people, these sponsors, which we're indebted to, actually help us do, because there's every little bit. Commons West, amazing, because that gives us all the streaming services and everything else we need down here. Thistle Access for the use of the trailer. And they've now given us power as well for the week, and that's working absolutely brilliant. Nice clean signal from that. Trial Magazine and Michelin Tires, they're probably our two main sponsors, been with us for many, many years and stuck by us, which is great stuff. Trials Guru, which is your part of the team?
Yeah, my website is Trials Guru. It's just a lot of history of the sport. I don't cover a lot of the modern stuff, but certainly it's a good source of information for any trials enthusiast.
Hire Centre for the use of their masks. Just going to go and tweak that, but as I say, so we can get
to be fair, without that mask from the Hire Centre today, I think we'd be proper stuck. Cause
I think we'd be struggling, because even the fact I just went around there and just twisted a bit, we got an idea where it has to get. If you're working with one end of the town, our studio's the other end, and we've got to get a signal across everybody in here and the town to get it through there. And we're just lucky there's a little niche hole which seems to weave its way through.
Yeah.
And people say, why don't we broadcast live from places like Kinloch Leven? And man, look, it doesn't work, so we haven't got that direct line. There's ways of doing it, but it's not just as simple as putting a mast up in a transmitter.
No, it's a bit more complicated. Doable, but complicated.
Doable. Gavin Cairns.
Yeah, Gavin Cairns roughcasting, yeah. Number 44, isn't it? I think he was. Yeah, number 44, Gavin.
Going to try and catch up with him maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's not getting that far. We're on in the 80s now, so he's got. No, he must have gone. Trying to work it out. No, he's not yet. Where is he?
No, he must be away by now.
Yeah, he must have gone by now.
Yeah, he's away by now.
Well, the number system gets a bit complicated as you get through the week, because they start at number one to start with, and it goes 50 different steps up each time.
50, roughly 50. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so that's all our sponsors, and I say, whatever you've been doing, thank you. And the food, don't forget the bacon and the bacon rolls and the cups of tea.
How much time have we got?
You've got 5 minutes.
Maybe catch this young man.
Oh.
If he's got 2 minutes. He's just coming past. Where are we? Stand here. Alfie Lampkin, first timer at the Scottish 6 Days Trial, obviously from a very famous family of trials riders and motocross riders. Alfie, how are you finding the Scottish 6 Days? You were best newcomer at the Scot. How are you finding the 6 days?
Yeah, it's going really well so far. A lot of fun, as I expected. Quite a long way between the sections, which I didn't expect as much, but we had our early day yesterday, and I went round quite well there on the slippy sections where there wasn't much of a line, so we kind of had to make it up ourselves as we went along, and yeah, it went really well yesterday.
Getting a bit of coaching from your father, I would imagine.
Yeah, bit of coaching. He's making me ride in front of him most of the time, just scrumming the rocks up a bit for him, but yeah, he's showing me the lines everywhere, which is good.
Any problems with the bike, no?
No, so far it's been good. Hopefully it's all good today. I know there's quite a bit on the roads today, so hopefully she stays in one piece, yeah.
So it's nice to see you with a smiling face and enjoying it and keeping up the, let's be honest about it, the Lampkin family tradition.
Yeah, definitely. Try my best, yeah.
Try your best, considering that, what is it, would it be your grandfather?
Yeah.
Won it. His two brothers won it as well. You know, so you've got a lot to do. You've got to win a couple of Scots and a couple of Scottish 6 days. That's the challenge.
Yeah, that's the goal, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Alfie Lampkin.
Yeah, thank you.
That's Alfie Lampkin there, son of Dougie Lampkin, and this is his first Scottish 6 days trial. And as I said earlier, in October last year, he was the best best first timer in the Scot trial, time and observation event. But when he turned up for the start of the Scot, he had a black eye. I think he'd been playing rugby at school or something, and but he's not got it now. So yeah, he's looking happy and getting ready for the daily run, day 4 of the Scottish 6 days trial.
Exciting stuff indeed. Tomorrow will be quite nice to talk about manufacturers past and present, because I know you're talking about some Frantics out there, weren't you, which we haven't seen those for a long, long time.
Yeah.
And maybe where have these manufacturers, do they get sort of incorporated into other brands? And
yeah, or
Yamaha was a big one on trial. No, they don't do that anymore. They used to do a lot of stuff.
There is a lot of that going on, but Yamaha are still in trials, but they're more developing electric trials right now. So things have kind of moved on. Some of the manufacturers sadly went to the wall, such as Bultaco. Monteza were resurrected or helped out by Honda. They were bought out. Yeah, huge. And Monteza Honda bought Monteza to get a foot in the Spanish market. But yeah, I mean, the replacement for the Bultaco tended to be the gas, although there was no direct correlation between the two companies. If anything, it was the Merlin, because some of the Bulto family went on to develop the Merlin, but it was Ignazio Bulto set up Merlin, and that lasted a little while. But yeah, things change. It's just the way it works.
The big names, you got Vertigo, are the big ones at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, and you still obviously Gas have made a resurgence because they're now owned by the KTM group. You've got Beta, which has been on the go a long time, and Scorpa and Sherco. Obviously, there's still brands up there that are still doing very well.
So we've been to catch up with some of the factories, but they don't really come over now with sending representatives as much as they used to.
Not as much. I mean, it's a lot of expense to send a vehicle over here. I mean, the Repsol Honda truck is here this year again, and that has to be sent all the way from Spain. So you've got a driver and mechanic go all the way from Spain to Scotland. It's quite an undertaking because you've got ferries to catch and things like that, and it's a big vehicle. You know, it's a proper HGV, big long trailer.
Yeah, no, definitely. But there used to be so many more of those. We chatted about that yesterday. There used to be so much more of that stuff down here, but it's financially not viable and logistically quite difficult these days.
Well, I heard some time ago that they reckon that to get that vehicle over here is £14,000. So that's a fair undertaking, even for a factory to do. So that's what I say, because you're talking about two people's accommodation for more than a week, because they set off before the Scottish and they've got to get back there. So you're probably talking about close on a fortnight accommodation. I mean, there's maybe accommodation in the vehicle itself up to a point, but you've also got the logistics. They're carrying a lot of stuff about, and they've got ferries and they've got the diesel to power that vehicle over here. So it's not just an easy task nowadays.
No, definitely. Well, look, Tim, it's been absolutely brilliant. Looking forward to Friday, the penultimate day, which should be interesting.
They're out towards Kinlochleven tomorrow, and then down to Gorton, Bauhaus, Chairlift, all these areas down there, and then back round. They come back via Ferset, which is an old favourite, up on the Speen Bridge Road.
There you go. Thanks for joining us wherever you're listening to. It's great to have you with us. Let's be back from 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, live and exclusive here in Fort William at the Scottish 6 Days Trial. We've got a bit of ELO and Rock Area taking us up to the news at 11.
You're hanging me out for 30 seconds.
Oh, I thought I was counting down what you told me. You didn't give me exact timings then.
I didn't give you exact timings, no.
Oh, jeez, I thought I was doing well there. I was waiting for the tune to start in my ear and it never happened. I thought, OK.
Yeah, no, it's all good. But no, thank you to everyone involved down there, especially the full team. Big thank you to all sponsors. And indeed, also the in-video adverts, which have been fresh for this year. Big thank you to everyone who's taken part in those. We'll be doing a bit more of that, hopefully, in the coming years.
And you want to be part of it, do get in contact with Si at the studio there, si@nevisradio.co.uk.
Yeah, and we'll do it all again tomorrow morning from 7 a.m. on all the platforms. Catch you then.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Our mountains, glens and waterways are some of the best in Scotland, if not the world. Breathtaking views and awe-inspiring landscape, adventures for us all. Come and explore our water and mountains. It will make you feel alive.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so maybe you do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
From lodges by the river, barges on the canal, or even a luxury castle, they all share the common theme of being surrounded by stunning views and incredible scenery here in Lochaber. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to keep you safe during your stay. We can't wait to welcome you.